Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por his verbis Latinos.
I swear I try so hard. I try so hard to get it perfect in the morning. And I messed it up yet again. So apparently there's no battery and no SD card in my camera. But we're here. Anyway. So here's what we're going to do. I have to reset that camera just 1 second. So you get to see me. Now it's fixed. All right, clean HDMI. That's what it's called. For those that want a lesson today in audio video, getting the image off a camera that has no overlay at all. It's called a clean HDMI. Make sure you get one of those if you want a camera that does that. Good morning, happy Monday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. It is so good to have you here with us today. I feel stuffy, like I sound stuffy. Test 1 2 check. Not sure why. Voice strength. Test 1 2. Is that a little better? I think that's a little bit better. All right. Do I sound all right to you guys? It looks like a lot of people are here. Most importantly, of all the people that are here, the most important would be Sharon McDonald. Sharon, repeat offender, habitual offender. I think at this point we can call you Sharon. Has won the internet once again. Being first in chat has its punishment or its prize associated with it. Excuse me. And Sharon, so as a prize for being first in chat, you have won the internet. Everything IP related is now yours, at least for the morning until we go live again this afternoon, where we will re-gift it to another unlucky person. But thank you very much. It's good to have you, Sharon. I know you've got this down. Really, I have zero concerns whatsoever with your ability to be able to handle this. And I think if I saw correctly, I think you already have your certificate mounted and probably on your desk behind your large oak desk where you manage the internet from, commemorating your ownership of the internet. Thank you so much for being here. Today is going to be a fun day. Well, for some people, maybe not Letecia, but it's going to be a fun day for others. Valsky, I'm not sure it's Valsky or Valsky. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. We're excited for the Letecia Stauch trial to continue today. And by continue, I mean keep going on, not like continue to be like later, because that's a court term. But it is going to continue. We are going to pick up where we left off. But there are a couple things that are sort of hanging out there from Friday. Sorry, I just realized I didn't have my water. So if you'll indulge me for just a minute. There we go. All right, now I'm good to go. Water is here. We can begin now. Oh, there's a buffer sound already. What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? Let's see. A birthday alert. Gracie Noel. Gracie, is there anyone else who shares your birthday who might happen to be in chat? We have time for a very brief birthday song, I think. I think we could do that. Let's see. Anyone else? It might just be a solo, a brief solo just for Gracie. Why is my sound so quiet? There's a problem. We'll get that fixed as well. Now you can hear. Okay, the sound effects are working again. Gracie Noel, just checking to see if anyone else has a birthday. It's speak now or forever hold your peace. It's my cat's birthday, says Excited Utterance. That is awesome. What's your cat's name? I'll sing to the cat as well. We'll do both. Let's give Excited Utterance a chance to. I'm hoping the cat's name is something appropriate. I'm sure it is, but I just admitted what do you call that? I committed, to sing to the cat, and now I have to see what the name is. We'll see. She might be a little bit behind, so we'll give it just a second. All right. Waiting for this name. I'm nervous now. Excited Utterance. And I know, Excited Utterance, you sent me a link saying, can we please make it so I can figure out WhatsApp so that people from outside the United States can connect without these enormously high fees, which I'm trying to work on. The problem is my phone uses WhatsApp for another app based on another number, and I need to make sure that the numbers don't bleed across, that if I join up WhatsApp on my burner phone number, that it doesn't also give out my non-burner phone number, because that might be disastrous. It defeats the whole purpose of a burner phone. Let's see, Excited Utterance. I'm not seeing anything, so I'm just going to have to go ahead with just Gracie, I believe. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get your pipes ready. This is not a solo, by the way. This is a sing-along. I happen to be leading it, but I do expect, and I anticipate, and I envision that everyone is singing along as we do this. And if we all could just envision that, we can actually hear each other in our minds. Okay, we get a little warm up. We're going to play one through for get your pipes. Okay, here we go. So we're singing Happy Birthday to Gracie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gracie. And Excited Utterance cat. Happy birthday to you. There we go. And that was all we get. Pipes are warmed up. Now we can go on with our business. Honestly, happy birthday, Gracie. That is exciting for you. This is a great day. I'm glad you can celebrate it here with us. Just had not today, Satan just came in with a one gifted membership as well as like a birthday present for someone. Let's see who received it. An early birthday present, maybe. I said president, I meant present. Looks like Ritz got that. Congratulations, Ritz, and thank you. Not today, Satan. Appreciate your generous donation. Okay, couple things that are happening. Nope, we got a chirp. Emma Elizabeth, welcome to the gallery as well. Two new members this morning. Plus Ritz is back in green, which is great for all of you guys. Please know that if you are a new member, make sure you take your seat because you get front row seating as a member. Okay, things that are happening last week. We left off.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yeah. Last week, Letecia in court. The big thing she did on Friday was she raised the middle finger like she just don't care type thing. She was flipping everyone off. Everyone, the judge, the witness, the jury, maybe her lawyers. I think everyone pretty much got a view of the bird at one time. Sometimes the double bird, as she, connected and really was, mostly she just had like anxious hands, I think. That was it. But judge called her on it because the prosecution received some notices from members of the public, I believe, sent some pictures saying, hey, you know what's going on the other side of the courtroom? Yeah. So judge called her on it and said, hey, I can control everyone in this courtroom, including you, and I will. So he's like, don't push me, okay? He's already threatened to remove her to a holding cell, which is not fun. A holding cell is a very small room where she just gets to sit and wait, and he would bring her back. He said every break he'd bring her back and ask her if she can commit to behaving. And as much as she doesn't want to be in the courtroom, I think she doesn't want to be in the holding cell even more, except for one situation. And I thought of this morning. Is it possible that she really does not want to be present when Harley testifies? Is that a possibility, that she's trying to find a way to get out of this, and now that she knows that this is an option, she might be able to not be there when she testifies so she doesn't have to listen to it? We'll see. All right, so that's one thing. The other thing we had, Mr. Upper Torso reached out to me over the weekend. I think over the weekend, and sent me the 3,327 page Colorado Standard Jury Instruction PDF, which I read cover to cover. No, just kidding. I did not. It is some hard reading. It's jury instructions is what it is. It's what the judge draws and copies and pastes from as he builds his jury instructions. So he doesn't read the entire thing to the jury, thankfully, because we'd have another week on the end of the trial just to do that. But he doesn't read the entire thing to the jury, but he'll grab the pertinent parts of the instructions and include those in the jury instructions at the end of the trial. And so the part that I wanted to show today specifically is this part right here, involving the affirmative defense of insanity. So it says the evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crime of, murder. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the act if he or she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or he or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him or her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. That's the gist of it. Okay. And you think, okay, I can, if I'm a jury member, I can work with that, but there's more, and it doesn't necessarily clear it up. It sort of gets a little more confusing as we go along. So let me read the rest of this. It's only about a page and a half long. We'll see if we can get through it. But care should be taken to not confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity. Is that right word? Obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives of kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So if she was, crime of passion, revenge, hatred, other motives, she's guilty if that's what it was. In addition, diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality and are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any psychoactive substance. So drugs and alcohol are not a defense. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The prosecution has the burden to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both the above-numbered conditions. Okay, so they have to disprove 1 and 2 here. And after considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of the crimes. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A for the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. If the jury finds this, they're done at this point. Not guilty by reason of insanity. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of the crimes must depend on your determination of whether the prosecution has met the burden of proof with respect to the meaning elements of that or those offenses. So what this means is first the jury is going to go in and they're going to determine if she is sane or not. If they say the prosecution has not proved that she was sane, then they're done. They don't even look at guilt. If then they say, okay, the prosecution proved both these elements that she is sane, then we can now look at the case as if we were just jurors where it wasn't a not guilty by reason of insanity plea. It was just not guilty. And then we look at the case and say, is she now guilty of the crimes? So that's what the jurors are going to be doing. The order they're going to be handling that. And there's more to this if you go down and look at some of these instructions. It says some of the terms we use in this law, the law doesn't define. Like diseased or defective mind, which is incorporated into the element instruction above, or mental disease or defect as well. The incapable of distinguishing right and wrong is not defined by statute. So basically, you just have to know and use your own mental powers to figure this out. What time does court start today? It's me. It starts in 1 hour. It starts in 1 hour. We are watching. Actually, if you look here, let's see. We are watching right here. So court will pop up here. We've got audio turned on right now. So anything that happens, we're going to hear. We're not going to miss a moment of it. But anyway, so fun stuff. Lots of instructions they're going to be read. Just know that's how the jury is going to be figuring out how to handle all the instructions, how to handle the voting, the order that they do that. All right, let's answer a couple questions. First of all, we have a whole bunch of new people here, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all those who click the subscribe button. Not only does it let you talk in chat, it's the small price we ask. That helps us sort out the trolls that like to just spam chat. But it helps you to find out when we go live again, which is awesome because we do this twice every day for about 10 hours a day on average. All right. I can say yes. I can say right now, yes and yes, says Mrs. Brownstone. Ready to vote. Lindsay Bay says, thank you so much for explaining. This is so critical to the case. It is. And Colorado's a little different than other states. Other states do things differently. So we have to look at this using Colorado's standard jury instructions because that's what the jury has to work with. Okay, let's see. Do you think she will lash out at her daughter? Kelly, I think of all the times that will, if she's in court, I think she will not be able to sit there.
Good morning again, LOL.
She will not be able to sit here and just tolerate it. She won't be able to just, listen nicely. Thank you, missing people. Good to have you here. Appreciate the super chat. I love your support. Thank you so much. Sunshine Sarah says, what is a theory of what happened? Is there one? The burning of the carpet could not have been a candle, right? So is it because she burned him and he would tell, so she got rid of him? Yes, Sunshine Sarah, that is my theory. Let me come back to that first. Tiffany Palmer, thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Wonderful to have you here. Please take your seat. Sunshine Sarah, this is the hardest part of the case because in this moment where we're talking about the burning of the carpet, the burning of Gannon really is the issue. The carpet is a side note. The burning of Gannon is what was important. That's the moment that Letecia chose to film Gannon. And sort of done in a way like, oops, I accidentally filmed this. And I've listened to a couple analysts or people's analysis of this video. And every way it can be analyzed, it's just horrible. It's somebody being very manipulative. It's torturing Gannon more, like mentally, psychologically, putting burdens on him that are not his. It's showing just how conniving she is and how she's trying to appear as someone who's helping him when in fact she's the one that's causing the problems. I do think that Gannon was punished by Letecia, and the punishment went too far. As she said in her testimony, his burns were worse than they should have been. That was a slip, I think. I think she meant to burn him, but not so much that everyone would notice that she had burned him. And the carpet was probably to cover that. It doesn't make sense that the carpet, the fire story, it just doesn't add up. The location of his burns, the size of the fire, it's not right. Unless the fire was started when he was sleeping, which doesn't make sense because you don't sleep through getting burned. Okay, a burn triggers a very quick reaction, involuntary reaction, and it just doesn't make sense the way she's described it. So I think that was the trigger. I think once she realized that she could not hide the fact and that the truth was going to come out, I think she took steps to get rid of the person who would let the truth out, and that was Gannon. Gannon was going to tell his dad. She already had kept him home from school, saying it was a stomach ache. It wasn't a stomach ache. It was the fact that his arms were badly burned, and it would be very obvious that it was intentional, and he would say that it was intentional. I think that was the catalyst. I believe she. Yes, Rita. It's awful to think about this poor kid, and in the video, as Letecia is her main concern is, now what are we going to do? We're going to get kicked out of the house because the carpet's burned. We're going to sell something so we can fix it, and her whole focus is this burn mark, which I believe she made. And Gannon's just crying. He's like, I'm just worried about my burns. He's in pain, and she's has no compassion whatsoever. Okay. The instructions seem confused, says Adanuski. One seems to be included in two, and I don't get why a person is insane if they meet one or two, but the prosecution has to prove both. Adam, hopefully the jury understands a little better than we do. I can go back and read it again to... I may have made an error in reading it, but basically the burden of the prosecution is to say that she is sane at the time. She knew right from wrong, and she did wrong intentionally, and she knew it, and they're gonna be able to prove that, I think, without a problem. Tammy says, I'm so heartbroken over this case, but there is one thing that I know with absolute certainty, that the sweet baby is resting in the arms of Savior Jesus Christ, and he will never have to fear her again. Tammy, that for those of us who are people of faith, that is comforting, but at the same time, it's horrible to think of what he went through previously. My theory is she tried to set a small house fire to get attention from Al, and Gannon was collateral. I don't know, looking back at that timeline and how she had heard, the other kids go out of the house or in the truck or something. The driving around the block, it just doesn't add up. It does not make sense. Here, my house is on fire. Everyone in the truck, let's drive around the block and let's go back in the house. Why? Is Harley expected to testify today? Wendy, this is a great question. We've heard that it would probably be this week at the soonest. I have not seen a schedule as of right now that shows who is testifying next, but I've been trying to think this through. First of all, Harley she's an adult, but she is younger, right? She's probably not as predictable in her testimony as some of the, say, like expert witnesses or police officers or even her dad would be. So although I'm sure they've deposed her, they know what questions they're going to ask, they have a good idea of what answers she's going to give. It would seem to me that they might not want to rest their entire closing on Harley, that they would want to use her as the final witness in case she says something that they weren't expecting. You realize she's had a very traumatic upbringing. She's, her level of involvement in this was, at least in proximity to it. I'm not saying that she was involved as far as guilt or culpability at all. That's not what I'm insinuating. But her proximity to these events was so close that this has to be very jarring, emotionally problematic for her to deal with. That introduces just a level of randomness in the testimony that you don't want to trust to just fate and have that be your closing. If she says something that doesn't help your case or that seriously hurts your case, you don't want to end on that, right? I think she's not going to be the last witness for that reason. So possibly this week, we could hear from Harley. We'll listen for any clues from the prosecution on that. Okay, bit for next 90. I believe Boy and Stepmom had episodes of anger before, and the dad was aware of these. His question, did you kill him, isn't out of the blue. He asked that with awareness of a situation. Does defense have to prove insanity? They have to prove sanity, Jessica. You're wrong. Defense does not have to prove insanity. In other cases, in other defenses, say for instance, they had said it was self-defense, that she killed him in self-defense. They would have the burden. The defense would have the burden to prove it was self-defense. In this case, this defense, the prosecution has the burden to prove that she actually is sane. The defense does not have to prove that she is insane. Does that make sense? And that's a little bit specific to Colorado. Came across a video made by Harley on YouTube for Letecia for Mother's Day. I believe Letecia had moments of good mothering skills, but I'm not sure if those were consistent for all the children. And I don't know what time period that lasted for. Okay, let's see, more questions here. Plunder on YouTube. Yes, Plunder did a shout out to us. That was awesome. Plunder had a video out where she showed all the different flip-offs that were available, and luckily our stream does tend to be a little higher resolution than some of the other streams. I'm not sure why. I just, good clean living, I guess, is what brings that about. But because our stream has a higher resolution, it's easier to see some of those actions. And she was nice enough to shout out to the channel on her video. I think Letecia will soon blow up in court. William, I agree. I think the judge is not done talking directly to Letecia about her behavior. The other question I have, and I'll put this out to you. There was another action, another hand gesture that I saw that frequently came up that looked like the telephone call me type gesture, like pinky at the mouth, thumb by the ear. And sometimes it would move a little bit. And I realized that this means wrong in sign language. I'm not sure if she's meant to say wrong, because the pinky was more like a phone type thing. She was doing a phone, call me type thing. Did you guys notice that? Have you seen anyone who's done a compilation that's put those different moments together? Because to me, it just seems like that was the other than the flipping off, that was the other gesture that we repeatedly saw. The rest was sort of just like, random movements between gestures. Who said today would be Harley? Let's see. Woo Queen B. I believe today will be Harley, although the road trip was bound to be horrendous. It's because Letecia was suffering extreme anxiety, and it is bad. Not mad. The road trip, oh my goodness, where she smashed the officer in the head with a full Monster Energy drink and then dove for her gun, but was not trying to escape, according to her. Let's see. I'm not sure if I can pronounce your name here. Tofel Hunden Mom. Tufel Hundred Mom? I guess I butchered that. I'm sorry. Love your stream, your outlook, and wisdom, RA. Thank you for all your input and all you do. Listening on 2 different laptops as I motivate through and around the house. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I assume she preferred the female children. Interesting, because one was hers by blood and the other was not, of the female children. Let's see. Has Gannon's mom been present in court? I believe she has. I don't know if she'll testify. I think a couple people who have been in court said she was there, at least at some point. I haven't sought her out as far as her picture to put her on screen. I'm not trying to do that. Clearly, if she wanted to be on screen, she would be talking to the media and everything. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Sorry, the burner phone is buzzing right here. I'm trying to keep up with both. Will they dump the juror? Casey Smith, great question. This is the first issue the judge is going to address this morning. There was one juror on Friday that, as the testimony was going on, she had a note passed to the judge through the bailiff, and she said, "Your Honor, what do I do? I know one of the witnesses." And the witness was Detective Happ, H-A-P-P. I think her name was Stephanie Happ, And so the judge, at the end of the day, he excused all the jurors. He's had this one witness or one juror stay, and just did a back and forth. He said, "So tell me a little bit about this." And it sounds like it's more than just a casual acquaintance, because of a death in the family and this juror's relation to some clergy at a local church that the family members went to. She had been to their house. They embraced over consoling them at the loss of their loved one. So there was a little bit more than just like, oh, I'm aware of who they are. But at the same time, there wasn't such a strong relationship that she knew what her last name was. And so when she had been, gone through all the juror questions at the beginning of the trial and selected as a juror, she had reviewed the list of possible witnesses, and the name did not stand out to her as, oh, I know that person, which if you do know somebody, you should call it out and say, yeah, I know that person. That name's familiar. But once she took the stand, she's like, I know her. Well, guess what? Who do you think has a problem with this? Defense has a problem with this. Defense has said from the beginning, they've said, Your Honor, we've told you from the very beginning that this is not a fair jury. It's not impartial, that we'd like them thrown out. We'd like this a bench trial. You to just handle it all yourself. And the judge said no. But once this issue was raised and it was brought to the judge's attention, it was right for the judge to bring it to counsel and say, hey, here's what's happened. Here's the situation. You've heard how her relationship is with this witness. Prosecution says, Your Honor, that's a nothing burger. Let's go ahead. I'm fine with her staying. Defense says, we have big problem. We used up all of our strikes. And I told you, I thought that's what they'd done. Used up all their strikes, trying to eliminate people who were on the jury. And our very last strike, this is going to be telling, our very last strike was a toss-up between the juror that knows this witness and someone else. And we went with the other person. She would have been our next one. Had we had another strike, she would have been our next strike, is what they're saying. And the judge says, well, I'm going to go back and take a look at that and just make sure that's the order and that's how it happened. So if the defense was lying about this, okay, they're going to get busted on it. The judge will bust them on it. But I don't think they were. Usually attorneys generally, as officers of the court, do a good job telling the truth because their bar license is on the line. They are required to tell the truth in court. And so the judge is going to look into that. He's going to weigh that option. And honestly, I think she's going to be dismissed. Not because she did anything wrong. And honestly, it's not that big of a deal. The relationship does not seem so close and personal that it would sway her decision. She said, I have no problem, weighing her just like any other witness's testimony. But I think the judge is going to say, out of abundance of caution, specifically to not give the defense something that they can appeal on, we're going to dismiss her. So that will probably be first thing this morning. She will be the first of the jurors to be dismissed. So we have 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. That'll take us down to 12 jurors and 5 alternates. I can do math. It's hard in the morning. But that's going to be first. I'm way behind on chat. Let me see if I can catch up and ask some questions here. Yeah, if you have a question, see what Megan Easton did right here. If you have a question, if you can just put @recovery addict or just type recovery addict in chat. On a computer, if you start typing @recovery addict, it will sort of autocomplete for you, and that will flag it for me, and it'll be easier for me to find the question amongst the other discussion that's going on. Letecia did want a bench trial. They asked for the bench trial. They asked to throw out the jury after it had been impaneled, and the judge said no on that. The defense has a point about jury, but no jury anywhere would appease them. Ellis's behavior are so antisocial, no one with common sense could relate. Valerie, 100% correct. Great comment. Is it week 3? Nothing to worry about if we lose one juror this far along. Yeah, and they got a lot of alternates. 6 is a lot. 12 jurors, 6 alternates is how it worked out. Bet she wants Harley to call her. Judy, oh my goodness. Do you think she's trying to get Harley's attention? Because any phone call in or out of the jail, is going to be recorded, unless it's with her attorney, and that might still be monitored somehow. They're not supposed to be, but if it's Harley, that's a problem. That she might get herself a witness tampering charge as well. Did you get a lot done this weekend? Says Diana. A little bit. I ran a concrete cutter quite a bit. Swung a sledgehammer quite a bit. Got all the concrete cutting done, so we're done. I'm a little sore still this morning. Do they ever use the jail personnel in court to testify about the behavior of the defendant? Could it be interesting to hear how she behaves elsewhere? It will probably, if they do, it would probably be regarding to the phone call that was recorded, because they would have the custodian of the phone call that would testify from the jail. Typically, they wouldn't, unless there was a crime committed in jail that's being handled in this case. They wouldn't bring something in and have a guard testify on that. Christy Aiken, got your next month caller next to you, the greased month to talk true crime. I'm not sure if grease was the right word. I think spell check caught you there, Christy. The something month to talk true crime and meet RA mods and all addicts. The best month, I think. Thank you very much, Christy. Appreciate that. Her meltdown will happen while Harley's being questioned. She's not going to be able to sit through that. She will at least be reacting. She'll be shaking her head. You might even get a verbal outburst from her as well, if nothing else. Charmaine Fossinger says, Recovery Addict, why hasn't the judge have defendant in cuffs and belly chain throughout the trial? Charmaine, she is a flight risk. She's an elevated flight risk because of her, her plan to break out of jail before that was foiled. Because of that, when she shows up in court, she is in belly chains and handcuffs. And before her handcuffs are removed, she is chained to an anchor point over on the defense table. So she has very limited movement right there. So her hands are free currently. If she continues to have outbursts, the judge may order her to be restrained further where her hands are not free. How old is Harley? I forgot. I think she's 21 or 22 now. She was 17, so she's 21. Or 20. I don't know when her birthday falls. She's right about 21. Morgan Summers says, recovery addict, what about the blood on Harley's sheets and comforter? Morgan, a teenage girl having a menstrual cycle will answer that question. And anyone who's a parent of teenage girls will know that this is not something that is abnormal. For them to try to raise that as some smoking gun scenario is a nothing burger. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It's nada. T-Trev, could Colorado law enforcement have video of Letecia when they came to get her? They may. I have not seen it. If you're talking like a body cam footage, that when they came to get her, that was in South Carolina. So I'm not sure if anyone that went there was wearing a body cam. If they do, I don't think they're going to show it because we've already passed that point in the story. We saw the trip back, so they would have shown that at the time they arrested her if that was necessary. Joy says, I think she burned him. He threatened to tell his father, and that's when she freaked out. I think you're right, unfortunately. If she's trying to act crazy, then she's an embarrassment to those of us with mental illness. Tiffany, she is an embarrassment to many people. I think you're right. The act does look like an act. So much of her behavior is so well planned out, even though it's bizarre. She's clearly thinking and trying to cover for herself. How long is the trial scheduled to last? Mr. Drafer, they originally said 6 to 8 weeks, but that was before trial actually began. And the one thing that's actually been going faster than anticipated was the fact that defense is not questioning witnesses very much. For many of the witnesses, they've said we have no questions for this witness, or they have very limited questions for the witness. Generally, if the witness brought up something, usually over objection, that has to do with the mental state of Letecia. So that's what they're focusing on. As we get to the tail end of the trial, and we have more witnesses, including experts that are speculating and opining on her sanity, defense is going to be a lot more active. We may have full days of just defense questioning of some witnesses. So it's going to slow down a little bit towards the end, but we are ahead of schedule. I'm just not sure by how much. You're going to steal me?
Bring the jury.
Just the keyboard? Yeah. Okay. I'll need it back before so it doesn't die. Okay. Does that work? All right. And Mrs. R.A.? Yes, sir. What would it take to get some cinnamon rolls? Okay, she just threw Nurgle under the bus. Eric, she said she talked to you yesterday, and you said you were glad that your wife does not make you cinnamon rolls so you can stay healthy. And now she's using that against me, so I can't get cinnamon rolls. So thanks, Eric. Good morning from Canada, says Notorious Emu. I think it's likely Ellis has BPD, but that is not an excuse for murder. I think she has something. But I don't think she's insane. The True Crime Shining Light says Gannon had something of value to her on his Switch. Notice she made a search acting like Gannon was asking if it can be found. It hasn't been found to date. True Crime, it was actually found, just 1 second here. It was actually found in the house, I think when they sold it or something. It was found hidden in the house, I think. I don't know the details, but we heard in testimony that it has since been found and it was in the house. Let's see. Michelle Johnson said, this is my very first addiction, and I want to thank Recovery Addict for providing this community to me. Michelle, this community is amazing. You guys are incredible. Every single one of you. It would not be the same without you. Thank you so much for just making this a fun and friendly place to watch true crime. Let's see.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a camel. The sound effects you're hearing are sound effects from various trial-related videos, some that we watched together and some that are sort of viral on the internet. We turn those sound effects off during the testimony, so it won't be distracting as court begins. But in the meantime, they are all triggered by you in chat. So thank you. Sir Beezy, I see you here. It doesn't matter even if you're not a member. I do answer questions from everybody. It just helps if you flag me in the question so I can see the question. Let's see. Hidden in plain sight is always one to help reach out to the burner phone if you can. Okay.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Thank you. Excited editors, when you get a moment, could you please check your Insta messages? I have an Instagram. Just one second. I don't check Instagram as much as I should. Give me just a minute here. We'll see what we've got. Oh, I was on a different account. That's why. Okay. I'm not seeing any messages on the Insta. I don't do a lot over there. I did see a message from you, Excited Utterance, about using WhatsApp, and I'm struggling to get it to work properly without divulging my non-burner phone number. We need a soundbite of Letecia saying she peed a little. Oh man, I'm not sure if I could listen to that repeatedly. Judy, I've turned off the laughing sound effects for this trial for now. We do have 2 sound effects that we use during other trials that are fun and funny.
I'm not a camel.
But during this trial, it doesn't fit right now. This trial's a little more somber than that, so those ones have been turned off until trial's over. I sent you a link to the sound bit we discussed. Okay, I'll check that. I'll have to look and see where it ended up. Will the jury or judge impose the sentence?
Bring the jury.
Mel, I don't know in Colorado if it's if the jury does the sentencing or if the judge does. I think it's judge.
I'm not a cat.
But we'll have to check. Notorious Emu, thanks for joining the gallery. Thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate your support. Welcome. Make sure you take a seat. Okay, what question? If we failed to Samantha, I completely failed to do morning roll call, which is probably good because there's about 2,500 people here, and I would not be able to call everyone's name. Just know that I'm glad you're all here. I'm excited for court to start so we can watch this together. We have about 29 minutes before the judge is expected in here. So let's answer some questions. Chloe Crandall says, make a soundbite of Ellis on the phone saying with Al, you're treating me like a criminal.
Stole it as well.
Chloe, that one I might do.
Unbeaten.
Let me say this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. If the sound effect is really clear, if it doesn't have a lot of noise in the background and things, that's what works best. A lot of these sound effects have to be very well isolated from other sounds. But if someone could send me a link to that on the burner phone, I'll see if it works. Okay. It's probably in my message requests. I will look for it. Excited utterance. I will look for it. I promise. Okay. Debbie, it's an exciting day. Obviously, most of us want to see what happens with the judge because the judge has a couple things basically on his plate. Letecia has acted out. That's the last thing we have from her. The judge is probably going to think that over the weekend and may talk about it this morning. We also have the juror that may be dismissed, which is a big deal. Also, the possibility of Harley being called to the stand as early as this week. So there are a lot of things we want to see today. Cinnamon rolls are good for you. Casey, I agree. Send that message to my wife, Mrs. R.A., or Homeschool Ground Zero on her channel. How do you do sounds? It says keep guessing. The sounds are triggered if you type exclamation point commands. That's with an S on the end. It will make a list of sounds, and they're triggered by using one of those words, but preceded by an exclamation point.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
For instance, exclamation point cat triggers the I'm not a cat sound effect. VC, new month membership message, anniversary thinger. Thank you, VC, for your continued support. I appreciate you being here. Okay, today's Boston Marathon, says JM. 13 years ago was the bombing. My son-in-law is in the Army and ran in the marathon. He was there with my daughter. Very scary. JM, I remember that in the news, the pressure cooker bomb, right? That was horrible. That was horrible. Oh, my. 13 years. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. But, wow, my support and admiration goes out to those who run marathons. I'm not in shape to run a marathon right now. I used to run cross country way back in high school.
I'm not a camel.
But even that was not marathon related. Okay, I'm getting the buffer sound, which is triggered just by the mods. Let's see what's happening here. Where's the message? Let me just check mod chat to see if they're talking to me there, because the chat's going fast and I can't see where it's at. Oh,
There's a lawsuit.
Sheena Lynn is 40 today. Sheena Lynn, you congratulations, first of all, Sheena Lynn. Thank you for that. That's what the buffer sound was. We already sang earlier. We sang to a cat and to one other person. So you share a birthday with one other viewer as well as a cat, which is wonderful. I forgot the name of the viewer already off the top of my head. Someone will remind me. But that is awesome. Happy birthday. Thanks for spending it here. Of all the places to be, I'm excited that we get to spend your birthday with you. Okay.
All rise.
Not Today Satan says, how do you represent yourself as an addict? I don't know. I'm old. Not today. My experience with addiction is different than what might be considered traditional. I was addicted to gaming, computer gaming. Wasted a long period of my life and was spiraling down a deep hole that way and just about lost everything. So that's my experience. I have not had addiction experience with drugs or alcohol. But my heart and support goes out to all those who are working on sobriety themselves, and we support them in a big way here on this channel. Quick hello to JB up in Canada, as well as Ronnie and JB, two of our subscribers who are faithfully watch the show every single day, but as of yet have not been able to engage in chat, and they call me on the burner phone and talk, and it's wonderful to talk to both of them. Do you think the judge would have told the juror on Friday she wouldn't have to come today, or does that have to be on the record? She's going to come today, and I think she's going to be excused today. So I think that's what the judge wanted to think it over the weekend, and that'll all happen. You know, we'll be there for it. Basically, we'll hear it.
Now in session.
Okay. They were into contact for 3 hours. JM, I can't imagine seeing the stories on the news from that Boston Marathon and then not being able to be in contact with someone just because the mayhem that was going on. That must have been just incredibly gut-wrenching. Okay. We just run our fingers in here. He knew he would tell Al when he came home. That is why she didn't want essay kit done on her, and he kept trying to get around it because she would expose her secret. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, the chat is going very fast, and I'm trying to read all the messages. Good morning from San Francisco, says RA Addict. I might suggest that you make it easy on yourself and skip the roll call. I think just giving everybody $1 would suffice. I would be out of dollars before I gave everyone $1 right now. That's the only problem.
I'm not a camel.
Congrats on the sobriety in the room. My dad's a recovery addict too. That is awesome, Dusty Den. Congratulations to you. Being a support member for an addict is a big thing as well. And my heart goes out to you and the work you do as a support member. Amber says, with so many in chat, please be patient with us. RA/mods are not ignoring you. We're trying to catch all the questions. Please at me with questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Amber. One of the great mods. And congratulations on your month anniversary, Amber. Thank you so much.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Carrie, happy birthday yesterday. Good to have you here. Okay, so many people here. All right, can I have I have own cell transfer number. Okay, say that again. 80s Music Man. So many people here. RA, can I have own cell transfer number, please? That would not be good. 80s Music Man. I'd be extremely, if I'd got up early to the face and hair just to be told to go home. No bueno. Yeah, biggest fan. I think that's what's going to happen. The judge in this case, judges tend to be less sympathetic to the plights of jurors, partly because they see so many jurors. So you hear all the excuses, and we heard tons of excuses for why people couldn't serve. But the judge feels it's a civic duty. And it's your civic duty to be there, and it's her civic duty to be there today. And so he's not going to be like, I'm sorry, I made you get up and come all the way to the courthouse type thing. It's like, nope, this is your duty. You're doing it. Thank you. Now you're excused. You can go home. But the judges typically don't, although they're mindful of the jury's time, they're not sympathetic to them just participating. Love Brandy and JT's videos. I had to watch this weekend to catch up. Amazing to catch up. Diana, they do a great job. They're following the Lori Vallow case and all of its craziness and insanity. We're not following that one. I will say, if you want to follow it, Brandy's channel with JT, that teamwork is doing a great job over there. Amanda Fowler, thank you so much for joining the gallery. I appreciate you becoming a member. Cinnamon rolls might have been better energy source to give Letecia. They're not as dangerous as cans of energy drink. Who gave her a weapon? Who gave her, the head to a hammer in a Monster Energy drink? Crazy. Let's see. I'm sorry I didn't explain it properly. I'm a person in recovery, and I wanted to show that. I don't know how to add it. Not today, Satan. Thank you very much. I appreciate you you letting us know that you're in recovery. We cheer you on. Congratulations. With each day is another step in your recovery and sobriety, and we're here supporting you every time. Why do you think the jury will be excused? Ashlyn, not because the judge has to, but because it's safer when it comes to appeal. That if the judge excuses the juror, that's just one more way that the juror, the defense will not have an option to appeal. Sorry, I've got to turn on our air conditioner here. I'm dying. There we go. All right. Caught the ZA trial with you and tried catching up on this one over the weekend. Thanks so much, Tony. Catching up on this trial over the weekend, that's like binge watching. We've got quite a few videos already, and that's a lot to watch all at once. If you have any questions or insight, please let me know, Tony. That's awesome. Have you heard anything about Al's daughter testifying? I haven't heard it mentioned here, but someone 2 years ago said she was on the witness list. I'll have to look. The witness list has been published for both the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution has 147 or 149, somewhere around there. That many witnesses. Defense has one. Defense is obviously an expert witness who's going to testify that she's insane. So the prosecution would be where the Al's daughter was on. That's where Harley is on. But I just don't know if Lena is on there. Bradley Harding, welcome. Just came over and subscribed. Do you have a law background? Just curious. My background with law, Bradley, is I filmed for police. I ran cameras in the cop cars. I've got a communications degree. I've also been through Citizens Police Academy. Worked closely with law enforcement in disaster response, things like that. Had good friends in the sheriff's office and got to see behind the scenes that way, but I've never served as an officer. I'm not post-certified. I've never been through the formal police academy. I just did like a little 11-week citizens version. But that's my background. I've been interested in law since I was in junior high, and studying law, reading all about the upcoming laws and proposed bills in the legislature as well. Okay, watched day 7 and 8 over the weekend. It was amazing. Sorry, the phone is buzzing constantly. I recently discovered your channel. I'm hooked. Move over lawn crime. LOL. I really appreciate you for taking care of us crime junkies. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you being here. Miss Bella, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Please take a seat. There's plenty of room on the front row for all of you. Let's see. Were you the camera guy in the back of the car in Cops, Bad Boys? What you gonna do? No, that was not me, Lisa. Although I have filmed similar type things. I've worked for both the news and helped the police in filming. Also with drone work with the police. Metal detecting. What else have I done with them? The fun stuff I've done with them was when I got to volunteer to be a hostage in a hostage scenario, and it's not live fire, it's airsoft fire. So they all use airsoft guns, and we're the hostages. I was the only hostage that did not get shot because I made a break for it and escaped, and then got tackled, full body tackled, running from the building. Let's see. I was supposed to, by the way. I didn't just bail on the job. You're better than any crime podcast I've listened to. Annie, we need to get you some better crime podcasts. There are some great ones out there. I'm sure just in chat, if people want to put some recommendations for their crime podcasts, there are fantastic ones. Cold Case, oh my goodness. If you like cold cases, there are some amazing ones as well there. Your RA WebEx quality is superior to even the big mainstream channels. Lawn Herb, Amber, I don't know why the quality is better here. We all get it from the same source. I pay for the best quality high-speed internet I possibly can, and that helps because WebEx
as usual. Stellar trial coverage, Scott.
Thank you, Bernard G. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. I pay for high-speed internet, and WebEx adjusts the view based on bandwidth availability. So all I can think of is they have slow internet connections with WebEx. I don't know. I also have quite a bit of hardware that makes things happen, and it's dedicated hardware that isn't relying on a CPU to process, and that helps as well. But Behavioral Panel is great. They do some good stuff. I can't wait. I have not watched what they've done on Letecia. I imagine if they haven't, they will do it soon. I'm ready for an East Coast trial. My daughter is only in pre-K till 12. Sarah, these West States trials are awful for those of us on the East Coast. We're up till 7 p.m. Just finishing court for the day. It's brutal, and it's a long one as well. Thank you so much for discovering the channel. Wouldn't be the same here without you. Let's see. So you were not playing Patty Hearst in the bank with Octo Arms costume and dangerous weapon. That was not me, Bitfinex. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. As we get close, we've got about 15 minutes. We've got the video pulled up. I can show you. This is what it looks like from the courtroom. So no feed yet, but as soon as something does happen there, we're going to jump over there, and we'll get the Letecia cam set up as well. Seriously need an East Coast trial. Lisa, the one we need is Sarah Boone. If you don't know who Sarah Boone is, this is a crazy trial. This is the suitcase.
Taking it easy.
This is a suitcase murder trial where she says they were playing a game. She zipped her boyfriend in a suitcase and left him there for 11 hours, and he died. She says it was an accident, not intentional. Unfortunately, after she zipped him in a suitcase and, in my opinion, rolled him down the stairs, she filmed him begging to be let out of the suitcase, saying he couldn't breathe and please unzip it. He can't breathe, Sarah, please. And she was cussing at him, swearing at him, saying this is how you make me feel when you choke me. This is how I feel when you cheat on me. It seems more intentional than she lets on. That trial is finally going to happen. I think this date will hold. I think the trial starts July 24th. So it's a summertime trial. We'll be in Florida. So we've got East Coast. And it will be amazing. It's going to be awesome. We're going to cover it here for sure. Okay. You guys are putting your podcasts in here. Crime podcast, Big Mad True Crime is very good. Great suggestion. Irish Coffee True Crime, that chapter. Grizzly True Crime, there's another good one. I was listening to Unsolved Murders for a year and a half. Let's see. The judge decides the sentence in Colorado. Thank you, Karen. That's what I thought it was, and I appreciate the confirmation on that one. I just heard the Daryl Brooks soundbite in the background that you guys triggered. We saw him, was that last week already? Last week as for his hearing on restitution for victims. Behavioral Panel has done some outstanding stuff on Sarah Boone. Love those guys. Let's see if this trial doesn't end for the day until after midnight it doesn't end for the day till after midnight over the pond. Nanny Apple, I don't know how you guys do it. We have some amazing supporters from over in England, from Denmark, Norway, Germany, South Africa, Taiwan. I don't know how you guys follow the channel and follow these as it just You're up all night. When do you sleep? Really? I never thought about her rolling him down the stairs. Sounds feasible. Not today. We're talking about you're talking about, and I'm talking about the Sarah Boone case, the George locked in the suitcase. The reason why I think that is because the suitcase was stored upstairs, and the George has some unexplained blunt trauma bruising on his body, and that might match with being rolled down the stairs in a suitcase. Let's see. VC says, is there a demand for IT personnel in attorneys' offices and or courtrooms as supporting the presentation and to presenting their cases? VC, there should be if there isn't. We have seen so many cases where the defense or the prosecution is incredible. The story, the way they share the story, the narrative, their courtroom presence is unbelievable, and their technological skills are zero, and they trip over trying to get an HDMI cable plugged in or getting the audio to work on a video presentation. And it really, as important as that is to the case, it should be something that attorneys' offices should definitely look at and have practiced and rehearsed and tested many times before they go to court. This particular court has a pretty good IT personnel. The JS guy, I'm not sure what his name is, off the top of my head, but one of the court personnel is running all the cameras in this court in Colorado, and he does a pretty good job. The audio is pretty good. Obviously, the video is not what we'd like. We'd like some more close-ups and some better angles, but he does a pretty good job. And so I'm not complaining about this trial. We've seen so much worse than this trial. She did say the suitcase was downstairs because they were going to donate it, but they said they had a whole bunch of clothes that were from upstairs, and it would have only made sense that the clothes were in the suitcase upstairs, not brought downstairs and then put in the suitcase. For me, that didn't add up in her story, Mama Bear. But we'll see what happens as more information comes out. Good morning. Finally caught up with Friday. Wow, I hope they shackle her and wheel her in. Disgusting. Bella, I don't think they will first. I think she will show up as she did before first, and then the judge may order something different as he has not yet seen any of those videos. I'm not sure if he's going to go out or look for them or if someone's going to forward them to them. But at the time the judge spoke to Letecia on Friday, he had not seen it. He just took their word for it. Once he sees how egregious it was, how blatant it was, how over the top, how consistent or pervasive it was, I think he might say, you know what? I changed my mind. Here's what we're going to do. And I can't wait for that. Next on Unsolved Mysteries, the Pickle Bandit. I do like pickles. It's an important part of the channel. I've got one here that was sent to me, and it yodels. I won't make you listen to it right now. It's still early on a Monday to listen to a yodeling pickle. Soundbite suggestion: Spider-Man: Homecoming. You deserve that. You're a criminal. Bye, Mr. Criminal. Maybe just the bye, Mr. Criminal. That's a good suggestion. I'll have to look at that. Lindsay Bay says, I found your channel from a Reddit post on the Gannon subreddit. They recommended a couple of channels, and you had tons of compliments. Lindsay, thank you. That's awesome. Whoever recommended me on Reddit, thank you as well. Regarding Boone, Sarah Boone, the neighbor reported hearing a loud banging, tumbling noise in the middle of the night. Also, say hi to new bestie Kelly, who's watching. Kelly Richard says hi. Good to have you both here. Okay, we're getting close here. Just about 8 minutes. And as soon as we have video, we'll share it with you. This judge, sadly, the cameras don't turn on before he goes live. So the first notice we get is him saying, "Are we ready to proceed?" Now calling the case type thing. So we have no warning. But as soon as we get sound, we're going to take the video over there. Let's see, Harley. Who's talking about Harley just briefly? Harley signed up for nursing class. That's to start April the 23rd. I know Harley has some social media accounts, and I'm purposely not showing any of her social media accounts, not because I don't think she deserves viewers and things like that. I think it's great that she's doing her own thing. I know she's getting a lot of attention. That's not because of what she's doing. It's because of what happened to her family, and I think she doesn't like it. So I'm gonna leave her space, especially while this is going on. I do wish her well. I hope that she gets the help that she needs, because I believe everyone in that family needs help, including Al. Needs help after this happened. Is it possible to receive membership gifts more than once? We're all mad here. Yes, it is, but only you can only receive one if you're not currently actively a member. But you could. There are people who've won 3-4 times in a row. Okay, we just got a court feed right there. They're just zooming in. So let's get a few things ready here. We're going to have the Letecia cam pulled up right here. So once Letecia comes up, she's going to be in our bottom right-hand corner. What's the most popular sound clip? Probably, Maisla, probably you're talking about stuff that is not relevant because I get so off topic. I have squirrel moments and just start telling a story that's not related. I'm trying to do better, but you guys trigger memories and I start sharing stuff. Did we see the judge admonishing her? I missed it. Shears Whack, yes, the very end of Friday's live stream. The last Friday's live stream, last week's live stream, the last one. That's got that in there.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Debbie, I've got...
Murdoch stole it.
I've got the... okay, judge is coming in right now. I don't see the defendant. I wonder if she's off camera. I don't see the command for the laughing
court will
sound.
call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Sounds are
Record
off.
should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I want to take up a couple of things. First of all, I want to take up the issue of juror 12.
That was the first thing.
And there was a challenge that was made to her based on some information that she disclosed after Stephanie Happ's testimony. I am going to grant the challenge. I'm going to excuse her. For me, what places this over the edge is I presided over a probate case. I'm actually the presiding probate judge, and I've presided over probate cases before. I know that they're emotional. She was helping that family deal with or plan for end-of-life decisions. I understand that it was 3 years ago. However, the deciding factor for me is that had this information been known and had a challenge been made at the time that jury selection was made, I would have granted the challenge for cause. So I am going to excuse juror number 12. The process will be I will bring her in, give her a discharge instruction with one caveat, and then release her. We also have an issue regarding production of certain documents. I think it's going to be from Dr. Gray.
Dr. Torres, she's here.
From Dr. Torres. Oh, is she here?
She is here.
She is here. Okay. All right. So is she going to testify today?
No.
Oh, okay. So what specifically is it that you're looking for? Is it, as I read this?
It's strictly the MMP to the
Right. But it looks like it's just, they're talking about elevated scores on scales F, FP, FB, SC, and D. Is that what you're looking for?
That is what I'm looking
All right. And the raw data would be what, as you understand it to be?
So it's basically it's a multiple, I don't say multiple choice, but there are certain symptoms that are listed.
Right.
And then you say, this, I always feel this way, I sometimes, or not.
Right.
Just how she actually scored on those particular ones. So what box,
Okay.
Was checked and how that compares to the article that indicated sometime that some of those there's some that are more expressed by people
Right.
who are malingering or are coached to malinger than people who have actually been diagnosed with DID.
And I saw that through the, I guess this would be the
So she's not shackled. Her
the
hands are
scales
loose.
that they're referencing here, because they have a number of, I guess these are items, these must be the questions that are on the MMPI-2. They refer to item 12, 24, 66. So I'm assuming that they're referring to the question numbers, because if I recall correctly, the MMPI-2 is, I think, 272 questions.
I believe so.
We could do a quick pan of the courtroom here on the close-up just to see who else is here.
So let's see. And these do talk about the SC scale, the D scale, the F, the FB, and the FP. So the plan would be to have Dr. Torres release the questions that are associated with those scales and how the defendant completed that?
How they completed, and also, because they're saying that her scores don't necessarily align. They're saying her scores will align more with people who were coached than the people who were actually diagnosed with PID. And because it's kind of a multiple different levels that you could assess yourself at, just to compare, whether, what they are saying versus what her actual score was. And it's strictly for, for cross-examination.
Okay, prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor, we would continue to object to this raw data being released to the defense attorney. Obviously, this is raw data that is relevant to a psychiatrist or psychologist who may be able to testify as to why it's relevant for whatever purpose it may be. I know the court had ruled previously that the raw data should be exchanged amongst the experts. The experts retained by the defense have received the raw data. They can certainly testify to whatever they would like to about that if they disagree with Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray's opinion as to what the raw data actually says. But there is a privacy concern with regards to this raw data, and quite frankly, that's my position. I would actually request that the court hear from Dr. Torres directly as to what her position is with regards to the raw data.
Okay. Dr. Torres, if you would step forward, please, ma'am.
Let's see if they turn on the witness cam. Hoping that third box comes up.
Good morning.
Good morning. In regards to this raw data, I have it here, all of the information associated with the MMPI-2, the 2 times that we administered, we being myself and Dr. Gray, as well as the...
So it was done twice?
It was also done by Dr. Leach.
Okay, go ahead.
Essentially, we've provided this information to Mr. Tellini's expert. We provided that on February 7th. If the court wants to release the raw test data to Mr. Tellini, that's fine with us. We just ask that a protection order be placed on it to prevent further distribution.
Right, and I've done that before, both as a litigator and as a judge, so I knew that was going to be a request, and it's a reasonable one.
I don't have a problem with that. The only people that would be reviewing it would be myself, and then I have a clinical social worker.
Okay. Okay.
And obviously, we would want a copy of it as well. If it's going to be released to the...
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because I've been in a position of, I've been a litigator with this in this issue, or a trial attorney in this issue with respect to this issue and the raw data, and I can tell you, I think that there is some value to having the raw data if you can figure out the raw data. There's value to having that and being able to question the expert about it as opposed to just a battle to the expert. So I am going to order the raw data be provided to both sides. I'm going to, since it's going to be provided to both sides, I'm going to require the prosecution to upload it sealed so that nobody has access to it through the electronic filing system. In addition, I'm going to enter the following protective order, and that is that the information is not to be otherwise copied, disseminated, distributed, or given to any other persons not associated with this case or not in the defense counsel's office or the prosecution's office. Both sides will need to take sufficient steps to make sure that it is not disseminated, published, or anything like that. And once the case is done, because you guys are going to upload that in a sealed fashion, and it will be preserved once this case is done, both sides will have to provide back the copies that they've gotten for destruction and certify that they provide us with all the copies that they have. And that should resolve all of the issues regarding dissemination of the raw data. Are there any other concerns that you had about that?
None at this time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have a concern.
Go ahead.
Just based on the history of this case, we've attempted to file other matters sealed. And for whatever reason, someone in the pipeline makes a decision that it shouldn't be sealed, and then somehow it gets released to the public. I'm concerned that that might happen here. And so my preference would be for the court to upload it with instructions saying it's sealed, just as a precautionary measure.
Give it to us. We'll upload it. And
Appreciate
then,
that, Rich. Thanks.
we'll make sure that it's sealed and it won't be unsealed without court order. And that should take care of that.
We're never going to see that data.
Thank you, Dr.
That's
Torres.
what we're hearing.
If I may approach, I'll hand you the
Okay.
manila folder that Dr. Torres
Okay.
handed me.
All right.
Am I dismissed, Your Honor?
Let me double check here.
The view I've got of Letecia does show a little under the table, so we can see her hands there as well.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Talk to you later.
Baseball mom, if
All right.
this is the case, this is going to be a crazy day.
Then,
This is gonna be crazy.
Mr. Allen, I'm going to direct this question to you because you made the comments on Friday. You had indicated that you had received some information, and I thought you said some photographs regarding the defendant's conduct, which potentially could be construed as extending the middle finger or flipping people off, including a witness, perhaps family. Do you have those photographs?
I can get them printed. Basically, it was just screen captures from what was being broadcast on WebEx, which I think the court may also have the same things that I saw.
Do we have that now? Okay, so we will upload some of that so that there is some record of what it was.
The record.
You may have all noticed that the tables have been slightly reconfigured. They'll be reconfigured again after or at lunchtime, largely because I think that table where it is generally wasted space. So what we're going to do is give you a more narrow one and slide that table over further. I'll move that table then to the back so that you can put stuff on it. You may still be able to use it to some extent, but nobody will be able to sit at it.
Really restricting space.
Ms. Stauch, you have the right and obligation to be present for your trial. Being present permits you to see the evidence the prosecution is presenting against you. It permits you to communicate with your lawyers while that is going on and assist them in your defense. You also have the right for the jury not to see you in restraints that are commonly associated with being held in custody or confinement. That way, the jury does not see you as a prisoner or someone who is in custody and is not prejudiced against you because of that. These rights, however, are not without limitation. While you have the right to be present for your trial, you also have the responsibility to behave with the respect and decorum required for this formal proceeding. You also have the responsibility to behave in such a fashion as to make the use of additional restraints unnecessary.
2 fingers up or one?
Sometimes, during trial, a defendant chooses to act out. The likelihood that that will happen, in my experience, seems to increase the longer the trial takes and the more serious the charges are. And I know that right now we're in week 4, or we finished 4 weeks. We're starting week 5. You aren't the first defendant to act out. Probably not going to be the last. I cannot imagine the pressure a defendant feels during any trial. It's not uncommon for a defendant to disagree with certain testimony or dislike a witness or a victim. Nevertheless, you cannot act disrespectfully in words or actions. First of all, never helps you out. You've already heard one juror submitted a question regarding his observation of your conduct. They don't miss anything. It also makes your attorney's job much harder. They need to focus on the evidence presented and how to counter that rather than your conduct in the courtroom. I am also aware of the practical realities that exist in this case. I could hold you in contempt for your conduct in the courtroom. That would mean that I could impose a sentence of up to 6 months of jail for each incident of conduct which I find to be contemptuous. However, in a case where a defendant is facing decades or even life in prison if convicted, a 6-month contempt sentence does not seem to be much of a deterrent. But that does not leave me without a remedy. We have moved the tables around. You are now sitting in a chair that does not rock or swivel. You will be directly facing the bench, and you will be more in my line of sight. I want to caution you against certain actions, such as waving your hands around, trying to stretch your fingers out, and leaving one of them more prominent than the other.
Like she's doing now.
Those acts would be, in my opinion, disrespectful to the proceeding. It's disrespectful to the court and the legal process. I also view it as a form of witness intimidation and an attempt to influence presentation of evidence in this case. If that conduct occurs again, it would be a violation of the decorum I expect in this case. Everybody that's sitting in the gallery sees signs that have already warned them of the same kind of conduct. You can't do it either. I may then impose other remedies. I could simply have a bolt installed on the underside of the table and have your hands cuffed to that bolt. You wouldn't be able to use your hands. The jury wouldn't be able to see the handcuffs. It would be uncomfortable. I could have you removed from the courtroom and the trial would proceed without you. You would not be returned to the jail. Instead, you would be held in a holding cell in this building. You know how uncomfortable they are. You would then be transported back to the courtroom at every break to see if you had changed your mind and agreed to behave in a respectful manner a courtroom requires. And you would be brought over for the next day of trial, and we would start all over again. So, with that, is the prosecution prepared to proceed?
Yeah, no, we are, but there are a couple matters that I think we can address before the jury comes in.
Okay, and we will start up with, is Ms. Bell back there somewhere?
She's in the hallway, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's actually the first item I wanted to talk about. I
Okay.
did get a chance to talk to Mr. Tellini. There were some areas of her testimony that in my haste I didn't cover. And so rather than recovering her before he starts his cross, I'd like to cover about 5 to 10 minutes at the most from this February 21st search. Mr. Tellini doesn't have an objection to that.
Okay, all right.
The second item is more sensitive, and I would propose that we approach for that, Mr. Tellini and I.
Okay, we're not allowed to show the approach, so I'm going to cut to this camera where it's just in my office right now. This is Judge's Order number 28 for the expanded coverage of the media of this trial. I'm not allowed to show his face while they're doing the sidebar. See if I can get another video camera up. I will say the courtroom. Let's see. Let me just cut to this one for a second. She still has that middle finger up. It's curved, but it's up. It's been up the entire time. She is literally doing exactly what he told her not to do. And most appalling. See that cup the lawyer's just picking up right there? That's hot coffee. I would not put hot coffee that close to her. I really would not. You've seen what she does with Monster Energy drink. What will she do with boiling water? Wow, she's not happy. She had a chair that spun before, that swiveled and reclined. Now she's in I think it's still a padded chair. It's still a soft chair, but it does not recline or swivel. So less comfort. I can make it a little bigger. It does just get grainier because we have to blow this picture up from a very small WebEx. And although my equipment is very good at doing that, it can only do so much before it gets to be too much. I mean, I can go in as far as right here, but it starts to be pretty blurry. So try to get a nice even picture here that's somewhere in between. Okay, let's see if we have any questions here. What do you think your lawyer is saying to her? Please just behave. My job's hard enough already. Just knock it off. That's what he's saying. So the sign's the setup of the chairs, the table is gonna change as soon as this gentleman moves. This, I believe, is the prosecutor whose suit we're getting a very good close-up of. As soon as he moves, we'll see what the setup is of the defense table specifically. But basically, it's her seat over by the wall, that little angled table. She isn't on that end anymore. And I believe they're going to move the table all together and put it behind her attorney. So they'll have it like a table behind them and a table on their tables in front. But it shouldn't change the view. We won't have a restricted view of her for the rest of the trial as long as she's sitting in that seat. Love this judge. He's spot on. Yes, he needs to move that coffee. Hope the judge can see her middle finger. Defendant is so disrespectful, which leads me to believe she is not insane. Let's see. If we have... she could have been a great asset to our community, but she took the evil route instead. It's sad. It is. Somebody, Mayor asked, I'm my attorney. I am not an attorney. I have a strong interest in court, and I've followed it for all of my adult life and some of my youth. But my expertise is in IT security and communications, electronic media. So I've worked in the news, worked with police as far as filming goes, and as a citizen doing emergency communications for everything from fires to butane tanker wrecks. Done a lot of stuff that way. But great question though. For the actual attorney stuff, we have a couple friends of the channel who are attorneys that we bring on, such as Matthew Harris and Nicole Goodman. The two of them come on frequently, and we get their legal take and analysis on issues as need be. You'll see them in chat here quite a bit as well. I'm not sure what the issue is they're still talking about. It seems to be a lengthy one. Okay. Not the best quality stitching on that suit, says Lisa. Yeah, I wish we had something else. He needs to drink the rest of that. It's got to go. I think your lawyers want to crawl under the table. Yes, keep guessing. 100%. TW, good to have you back. You're green. You're green. Thanks for being a member again. And O-Town Chill as well. Great to see you in green as well with that green courthouse by your name. Thanks for your support. Okay, what's the story? Sorry, if you've got a question, if you can flag me. Here, let's put this up here. This is going to be our first witness. And thanks, Amber, for this. As you can see from this witness list, this is witness number 39 of 149 potential witnesses. That doesn't mean we're going to get all 149 witnesses. Oftentimes, just because someone is on the list, it doesn't mean they definitely get called. There are some last-minute decisions and people won't show up. Or people won't be called up. Usually they do show up because they're subpoenaed. A random question is, does the jail she's at have access to internet, and can they sit and watch this trial live? I don't know. Generally, a lot of inmates will have access in some regards to electronics because they need it for their defense, and it might be in a special room or it might be on an iPad that they can access their defense documents on. Beverly Knights, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, as well as, let's see, Franco, member for 2 months. We love you, RA. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Franco. Thank you for being here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Okay. We do have a burner phone. If you have to reach out to me via burner phone, that is the method. We're trying not to take any calls or anything during moments where, well, during trial. So I pretty much put you on I put it on do not disturb during trial. Okay, I'm waiting for the judge to be done. He's still talking quite a bit, and we're not allowed to show that face. Cannot believe she ever taught school even for a day or two. She's likely been a problem for a long time. Notorious Emu, has anyone been able to find if Letecia actually had a law degree, or not a law degree, a doctorate degree from any school? She says she had her doctorate in education, and I just don't know how much truth there is to that. Did she go to school? Did she get a degree? You'd think that getting a teaching certificate in North Carolina, where she taught, I believe, they would have done some checking, at least on that. Okay, they are leaving now, so we can show everybody again. I'm going to turn off the Letecia cam just for a minute. This is the setup, as you can see. Right there, there's the setup. You've got a lawyer on each side. The table's moved a little bit. It seems to be a little farther forward.
All right. The first thing that we're going to do is bring in juror number 12.
Okay, her fingers are getting ready to do the next maneuver. She clearly is not keeping her hands down. Brianne Malcolm, work made me work. I missed the combo about the juror. What happened? The juror is about to be dismissed. The judge made the decision over the weekend, and we're about to hear that.
All rise for the juror, please.
I love that everyone stands just for this one juror. This is important.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has returned to the courtroom. Good morning. I'm sorry to have brought you down again, but I wanted to think about this over the weekend. I also wanted to talk with the lawyers a little bit. And it was late on Friday when we did that. I know that you were waiting, and I had some other matters that I had to deal with, so I just didn't want you to be waiting there. I think that in this circumstance, I am going to excuse you from further service in this case. The law requires that I do it in front of the attorneys, the defendant, and in an open court. That's why I didn't call you. So I'm sorry that you had to come down. I do have a final instruction for you with a caveat. The instruction is that your service in this case is being concluded. You no longer have any further obligation in this case. You may now talk to anyone you wish, including the attorneys and parties about this case. You may tell them as much or as little as you like about the case. Whether you do so or not is entirely up to you. If you decide not to discuss the case, your decision will undoubtedly be respected. However, if an attorney or party persists in discussing the case over your objection or becomes critical of your services as a juror, please report that incident to me. The caveat is, as you know, we've taken some steps to make sure that all the jurors remain anonymous. The only people who know who you are the other jurors, the attorneys, and I. So the caveat is you're prohibited from disclosing to anyone else who the other jurors are, and that's to respect their privacy. But again, at this point in time, you can talk to anybody. Aside from that, you can talk to anybody that you want. You can tell them as much as you like or as little as you like. In addition, Mr. Combs has, do we have that printed off yet? Okay. Mr. Combs has some information for you. If you have questions about that, give us a call. It's a difficult case. I know that those are services that we offer to every juror in every case. I also have a certificate of appreciation for your service. It's not much. It is all that we can offer. It is important, however, because it does serve as a symbol of your service in this case. In addition, El Paso County has a policy whereby if you are called down and serve as a juror, and then you are called in the next 12 months, you can call the jury commissioner and explain that you were on a jury in the past 12 months, and they'll excuse you without you ever having to come down. Remember those questions when I asked when we first started, have you ever been on a jury in the last 12 months? So this certificate has my name on it, the case number for this case, and the date of your service. You give any one of those three things to Commissioner Maestas, she should be able to look up your service and excuse you. So with that, make sure that you have everything out of the jury room. Any notes that you have, you need to give to Mr. Combs. They will be immediately destroyed. We're not going to distribute them, do anything with them. They're destroyed immediately. So just make sure that you have everything. And again, thank you for your service. And I know that you might have a feeling that you didn't get to sit all the way through, and you made it this far. You put this much time and effort into it. What I want to tell you is you did the right thing. That's what this process is all about. So I don't want you to feel bad about that. Okay? You did the right thing. Okay? All rise for the juror, please.
Letecia's not standing. She thought about it. She started getting up the first time when the juror came
Thank you.
in.
You may all be seated. So at this point in time, do we need to have Ms. Bell resume her seat on the witness stand? Is that where we're going? Okay. All right. Ms. Bell, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
The judge will tell the other jurors that the one juror has been excused. The jurors are going to notice that Letecia is sitting in a different position. Not sure if he's going to mention that. Okay, we just got the witness cam back up, so that's good. I just need to get my dozen eggs. I like the Alex Murdaugh trial. All the jurors get a dozen eggs. That was wonderful. What did the juror do? I'm not sure who asked that. Savasgun. She just knew one of the witnesses. It was, I think Stephanie Happ was the witness that she knew, and so she told the judge,
for the jury, please.
I know the witness. That's one thing they're supposed to say.
Take care of this.
Okay.
I'll line them up.
Let us. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, the guy walking behind us is the guy who runs the cameras, the guy who walked behind the judge. Okay, so all that juror did was she knew one of the witnesses and didn't realize it until the witness got up to testify. She told the judge, which is the right thing to do, and the judge said, I'll excuse you because of that. She didn't do anything bad. As a matter of fact, what she did was good and what she should have done. So the judge thanked her for that. She's done with her service. We now have still have a full jury with 5 alternates. So yeah, juror number 12 can now join us. Kath, I think she's flirting with that line. It looked like, I think what she was doing, she had like the V up on her face, but where she was turned, you could only see one finger. So I don't think she was technically flipping him off, but she made it definitely look like she was. And I think her antics are not done, especially once we get some more testimony that she doesn't like listening to. Here comes the jury.
All rise for the jury. Yep, there we go.
If you sit through an 8-week trial, you definitely should get a certificate. Wendy, that's a great idea.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the day with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to act as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. Okay. You might notice that we have 1 juror less today than we did last Friday. You shouldn't draw any conclusions or anything from that. That juror was no longer able to serve in this case. So it does bring up something I want to talk to you about a little bit, and that is you guys can rearrange. I know that I always feel bad for the people that are sitting down there in the pit. So if you want to, you guys can stay in the same seats that you're in if you want to do that. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. The other thing that you can do if you want to talk about it, you could all move down. That would put you up on the same level with everybody else. And our juror number 20 could move back into that back seat. You would be higher up. It's also up to you. I give you that option. If you want to stay the way that you are, that's okay too. But this way we have a little bit more room to play with. So I'll just leave it at that. When we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of Ms. Bell's testimony. That's where we will resume today with that. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
There's a couple questions that I forgot to ask you on Friday, okay? So I want to cover those with you this morning. Is that all right?
Yes.
Back on both searches on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you locate any shell casings in the residence?
No cartridge cases were located during any of my searches.
If you would have found expended cartridge cases, would you have collected those?
Yes, they would have been collected and placed into evidence.
During the course of the February 21st, 2020 search, did you also collect several prescription medication bottles?
I did. I believe it was 5 prescription bottles.
And do you know those? Do you have your report with you?
I do, if I may refer to it.
I figured you might, since you probably didn't know I was going to ask you these questions. And it's bait page 0398. It's 2 of 6 of your February 21st report.
Correct. Yes, I do have that.
What items did you actually collect and submit into evidence?
I will do my best to say these names and not butcher them. But I collected a prescription bottle of Perigo, I believe is how you pronounce this, that was prescribed to Letecia Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of colchicine that was prescribed to Eugene Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of lisdexamfetamine that was prescribed to Gannon Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of amoxicillin prescribed to Harley Hunt, and a prescription bottle of doxycycline, which was indicated it was for a canine.
And did you collect and submit into evidence every prescription bottle you found in the entire residence?
The ones I collected on that day, I don't know that every single prescription bottle was collected and submitted into evidence.
Did you see a prescription for hydrocodone while you were doing this search on February 21st, 2020?
I don't recall offhand without reviewing photographs.
If you would have saw a prescription of that, would you have collected it?
I believe I would have, since the other prescriptions were collected.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Bell, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. So refresh me again, how many searches did you do in residence?
Myself personally?
Yes.
I was involved in 3 of them.
And the first, what was the date of the first one?
First one was January 29th.
And to your knowledge, was the resident secure between the time that Gannon went missing and when you did your search?
Secured in what
I mean,
way?
were other members of the family there? Were people coming in and out?
When I arrived on that day, I know at some point that Eugene Stauch returned back to the residence and remained on the upper level while I was working in the basement. And then throughout the other ones, I couldn't say for sure. It's my understanding that they were in and out of the residence.
And so before you got there on the 28th or on the 29th, how many people were in and out of the residence, like say the day prior? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Of family or
Family.
of law enforcement?
Of family, non-law enforcement.
I was made aware that Gannon's biological mother had been in the house the day prior, at least, or the evening prior. And beyond that, I don't know which family members had been in and out of the residence.
Or are there friends showing up to offer aid or anything like that? You're unaware?
That I'm not aware of. I wasn't at the door to see who came to the door.
Okay. And in regards to the carpeting, you had indicated that you've done some kind of testing with the fire department and with fire resistant material being put in the carpet?
Yes. So that was experimentation that was done several years ago. So not on specific carpet from this residence.
And that was my next question. Do you know, was any of this carpet tested to see if it actually is fire resistant?
I'm unaware if any additional testing was done on this carpet.
Okay. Or any testing to see how long you'd have to put a flame to cause the type of fire damage that we saw. That
Correct.
wasn't done?
I didn't do any of that on this carpet, and I don't know that it was done.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, thank you.
Very limited cross.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bell?
As Colorado state law
all right.
allows,
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
jurors can
Thank you, Your
ask
Honor.
questions, which is unique to this in a couple other states.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Nancy, the one repeat
Or
means
people would call Harley Hunt.
Harley's up. Harley's up. Oh my goodness. Spread the word. Get your friends over here. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The one repeat means they're calling the witness back a second time. Like Al's been up twice to testify, 2 different days.
Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right. Oh, where is she?
That was.
I just saw someone coming through the door.
Okay. We want to. I wish we could zoom in on 2 things. Unfortunately, we can't. We've never had a witness take this long to come into the courtroom. This might be incredibly traumatic for Harley. That's not Harley. this is crazy. It does suck. She might have run. The problem is if she's there and she ran, a subpoena, which I'm sure has been issued to her, would be valid, and the sheriff would probably get her and compel her to testify. It might be just something like she had to run to the restroom or something before she came in. So give her a minute.
I was told to use right out of here.
Seriously, yeah. We'll give her a lot of support. This can't be easy.
All right, Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. A little farther forward. It's okay. It's all right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your steps as you step into the stand.
She's about to make eye contact with her mom for the first time in a long time.
Good morning, Ms. Hunt.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Harley Hunt, Hunt.
Very difficult for you right now.
The judge might call for a break here. He's been really sympathetic to witnesses that are.
We're going to get through this, okay? I'm going to ask you some questions, and we're going to have a conversation.
Okay.
I want you to do the best you can, all right? Everything we say is being recorded, so if you can, speak as loud as possible. You can also pull that microphone closer to you, if you like. Okay?
Okay.
How old are you, Harley?
I'm 20.
Okay. And who's your mom?
Letecia Stauch.
Is it the same Letecia Stauch who's seated to my left here in the middle of these two gentlemen?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Have you lived with your mom your entire life?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her in person?
The day that she was arrested.
Would that have been March 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And was that in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Do you live out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now?
I do.
What do you do out there?
I go to college.
What are you studying?
Nursing.
How much longer do you have for that?
A year and a half.
Pretty excited about that?
Yeah.
But things going well in school?
So far, yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your family. Back in 2015, 2014 timeframe, did your mother marry someone named Albert Stauch?
Yes.
And did Albert have kids of his own?
Yes.
What's his kids' names? Do you remember?
Lena and Gannon.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 1. Recognize that person?
Yes.
Is that Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And Lena Stauch is his younger sister?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Gannon Stauch?
We had a good relationship. Of course, we had like a age difference. But I would always try to be there for them when I could.
Do you remember how old you were when Albert and your mom got married?
I think I was 12 or so.
How old was Gannon when that happened? Do you remember?
He was really young, 4 or 5.
And Lena was even younger than that, I would imagine. You remember how old Lena was?
Like 2 maybe or so.
And so did you also have a relationship with Lena?
Yes, I did.
Was she like a sister to you?
Yes.
And was Gannon like a brother to you?
Yes.
Although there's an age difference, especially probably when you got into your teenage years, right?
Correct.
I would imagine they may have been a little annoying for you a little bit.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay. What about your mom's relationship with Gannon over the years? Can you start out perhaps when Albert and your mom got married? How was that relationship between Gannon and your mom?
Yeah, so it was different at first because we were like a blended family. So we were just getting used to, more people in our life. They had an okay relationship. There were problems here and there, but
Was there a point in time when Albert and your mom first got married where Albert didn't have custody of the kids?
yes.
And were things a little easier when the kids weren't around?
I wouldn't say easier. Having to go back and forth between, the weekends and everything with them were difficult because, Albert, of course, wanted his kids full time with him. So I just remember there being like a lot of problems with that. But
At some point, did Albert get custody of both Lena and Gannon?
yes,
And were they living with you all more of a full-time basis?
yes,
And did you observe the relationship between everyone at that time?
yes,
Did it seem to be, for lack of a better term, a normal family situation?
yes.
What about your relationship with Albert? How'd that go?
We had a good relationship. When Albert first came in, it's when my dad passed away. So, that was difficult for me at first because I didn't want like my father to feel replaced. That's how I felt like in my heart. But as time grew, we got closer.
What was your father's name?
Chance.
Hunt?
Yes.
Do you remember when he died?
Yes. When I was 12 in October.
So would that have been October 2000? Help me out with the math here.
12 or 14.
Sometime in that time frame?
Yeah.
When your father passed away, were Albert and your mom married?
Yes.
Do you know how your dad passed away?
Yes.
How did he die?
An overdose.
And when did you first learn that?
This past week.
What were you told how he died before?
That someone came in and robbed him and killed him.
And who told you that?
My mom.
Had she ever told you the truth as to how your dad died?
No.
How'd you learn about that then?
The internet.
This case has got an enormous amount of attention on social media and the internet. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have actually gotten a lot of attention on the internet because of this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Very difficult you being here right now, testifying in this court.
Yes.
Is Albert Stauch, do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Seated in the front row in the gallery here?
Yes.
When Albert and your mom got married, where were you living?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long had you lived there before you moved to another place? Do you remember?
I do not remember the exact time. No.
In the beginning of Albert's and your mom's marriage, was Albert Stauch going to training a lot, and was he away from the house quite a bit because of his job?
Yes.
And were there often times where it'd be just you and your mom in the house while Albert was out training?
Yes.
Were there other times where it'd be you, your mom, and Lena and Gannon?
Only when he was like at work for training, yeah.
How did your mom feel about or do you know, did your mom ever talk to you about how she felt about Albert being gone all the time and being at training?
Yes. She wanted him to be home more, especially when we had the kids with us.
And did she tell you whether or not she liked being at home alone with the kids?
She did not, no.
At some point, did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
Yes, we did.
Why did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
For their job purposes.
Whose jobs?
Both my mom and Albert. My mom wanted to teach at a new school, and Albert was able to find like a job position there too.
And did your mom tell you why she wanted to teach at a new school?
Just to get away from Myrtle Beach.
Did your mom want to move frequently?
Yes.
Was that pretty constant throughout your relationship with her?
Yes.
And so, how long did you live in Charleston?
Not long, maybe a year, if that.
And where did you go from Charleston?
Back to Myrtle Beach.
And why did you go back to Myrtle Beach?
Because my mom didn't like being in Charleston.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
And so, were you having to switch schools from Myrtle Beach to Charleston and then back to Myrtle Beach?
Yes, so I actually went back to school as well when we stayed in Charleston too.
And did you end up graduating from high school early?
I did, yes.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that happen?
I eventually, when we moved to Alaska, I did online school. So I did 2 years of that. So I ended up doing 3 years of high school.
So you graduated essentially from being in Alaska doing online studies?
Yes.
And we're going to get there in a minute, okay? Okay. Do you remember how long you lived in Myrtle Beach the second time?
No.
Did you know whether or not your mom and Al Stauch actually bought a house in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Once we moved back, they bought a house there that we had over a course of time, also when we lived in Alaska.
Okay. And was that the first home that was purchased between Al and your mom?
Yes, that was purchased.
And at some point, did Albert Stauch get orders to go to Alaska?
Yes.
Were you in the home at that time?
Yes.
The home that you purchased?
Yes.
Tell us, the jury, about that. What were the circumstances? What was the plan for you and your mother and the kids when Albert was sent to Alaska to be stationed there?
Yeah, so he was stationed there, and we still had our house in Myrtle Beach, and we would go back and forth from being in Alaska and Myrtle Beach.
And when you say we, who are we talking about?
Me and my mom.
Do you know where the kids were at this point in time?
Sometimes they would be with us in Alaska, and sometimes they would be back in Myrtle Beach with their mom.
And did you know their mother, Landon?
Yes.
Had you met her on occasion?
Yes.
And you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Sitting in the second row back here?
Yes.
Was this in the time frame around 2017, 2018 when Albert was stationed in Alaska?
Yes.
And you said that you would go to Alaska on occasion and go back to Myrtle Beach. And you indicated it was you and your mom, right?
Correct.
How often would you guys go to Alaska?
We would stay in Alaska for like a month or so, and then we fly back to Myrtle Beach for a couple weeks and then fly back to Alaska.
Did you fully ever move to Alaska with your mother?
No.
And why is that?
Because we still had our house in Myrtle Beach, so we would go back and forth.
Did your mom ever talk to you about moving to Alaska?
What do you mean?
Well, did she ever tell you whether or not she liked being in Alaska?
Oh, she did not like being in Alaska, no.
And what did she tell you about that?
Because it was cold and she couldn't work there. And there was nothing to do.
At some point, were you up in Alaska with your mom and discussions were talked about moving to Colorado?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I remember after like 3 or 4 years or so, Albert found out that he could move to Colorado and be stationed there. And we all were excited because it was better than being in Alaska.
Do you know whose idea that was?
My mom's.
And why do you say that?
Because there was an incident that happened in Alaska. I wasn't told much, but
Something that didn't want her or Albert to be in Alaska anymore?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, it's all right. And so, talk about the move to Colorado. When this decision was made to go to Colorado, did you still have this house in Myrtle Beach?
we did at first, and then they sold the house. After it was sold, we drove everything to Colorado.
Did you have to fly back to Myrtle Beach and then drive across the country to Colorado?
Yes.
And was it Colorado Springs where you were going to?
Yes.
What was Albert doing as all this was happening? Do you know?
Don't remember.
Was he still in Alaska?
I don't remember. I don't know.
That's fine. Do you remember moving into the house 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes.
When you moved in, was Albert with you initially?
No.
Well, tell the jury about that. When did Albert come to Colorado Springs to live with you and your mother?
So when we got to Colorado after driving there, the kids came at some point, and then a couple weeks later, Albert came.
And would this have been early 2019
Yes.
timeframe? Now, how long did you live in that house before Gannon's death? Do you remember?
A year. We moved in January of 2019.
Was this year timeframe the first time that all of you were together during Albert and your mom's marriage?
Yes.
And first extended time for a year?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity to see Albert and your mom together on numerous occasions?
Yes.
What was their relationship like? And I'm talking about when you're in Colorado, 2019 on.
It started to feel like we were a family again because everybody was there and like we were together.
Did they ever argue?
Yes.
How often would they argue?
Often.
And how do you know they were arguing?
Because you could hear them arguing.
And what would you do when that would happen?
Anna and Arlena would come ask me why they were arguing. So like they would just come my room and I would turn the TV up or something because I didn't want them to have to listen to them argue.
Did you ever get pulled into these arguments?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
They would be arguing about something and then it would be like, well, isn't this true? Or like ask my opinion, try to get my say-so on it.
And who would ask you your opinion to get your say-so?
My mom.
Did you ever ask your mom, say, why do you pull me into these arguments to get my opinion?
Yeah, I just said, like, I don't want to be a part of this.
And what did she say in response to that?
Would just keep asking and then they would keep arguing.
I want to go forward to January of 2020 now, right? Well, let me go back to Christmas of 2019. Did Gannon and Lena, were they with their mom during the holiday period?
Yes, I believe we celebrated Christmas early with them.
Did they go back to South Carolina to be with their mom over the holidays?
Yes.
Did they eventually come back?
Yes.
And would that been now January 2020 when they came back to the house?
Yes.
Now, was your mom working here in Colorado?
Yes.
Where was she working?
At a school.
Do you remember what school?
I don't remember the name of it, no.
French Elementary sound familiar?
Yes.
Was that the school she was working at?
Yes.
In January of 2020, do you know whether or not Albert and your mom were planning to go on a cruise to celebrate their anniversary?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It was a couple-day cruise that they were planning to go on. That was towards the end of the month.
Okay. And did they go on a cruise?
They did, yes.
Where did they go on this cruise? Do you know?
No.
What was going to happen with you and Lena and Gannon while they were gone on the cruise?
She hired a babysitter.
And did you know this babysitter?
No.
Do you know why she hired a babysitter?
No.
And you were how old at the time?
17.
And had you watched the kids before?
Yes.
Had you watched the kids overnight before?
Yes.
How did that? Did you ever ask your mom, why are you getting a babysitter? I'm here.
Yeah.
How did she respond to that?
I don't remember. I just remember being like really upset about it.
Do you remember this babysitter's name?
No.
Had you ever seen her before?
No.
Have you ever seen her after?
No.
When they get back from the cruise, how long were they gone? Do you remember?
I think it was the weekend.
So was it a 3-day weekend or a long weekend, or was it just Saturday, Sunday?
I don't remember exactly.
When they come back, how was Albert's and your mom's relationship at that time?
It seemed fine. I think his mom came to visit after that too.
When you say his mom, are you talking about Albert's mom?
Albert's mom, yes.
And how long did she stay?
Only a few days.
On January 25th of 2020, did Albert have to go to another training?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Do you know where he was going?
I think it was Oklahoma.
And do you know how long he was to be gone?
No.
Was it longer than a couple days?
Yes.
Was it longer than a week?
I don't know.
Okay, not a problem. So, do you remember when he actually left to go on that training?
You mean like the exact day or?
Yeah, if you do you know?
No. It was like close to the time that his mom came. It was like a couple days after, I think.
Did he leave with his mom when he went to the training?
I don't remember.
Why don't we do it this way? Do you remember January 26th of 2020?
Yes.
And was that the day that you were supposed to go on a hike with your mother, Gannon, and Lena?
Yes.
Did Albert leave the day before?
I don't remember.
Okay. I don't remember. That's fine. Was Albert Stauch there on the day that you were going to go on a hike?
No.
So was he in Oklahoma or on his way to Oklahoma, or do you know?
Yes.
You just don't know when he left.
Right.
Is that fair? All right. So January 26, 2020, that's a Sunday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall going to church with your mother and Gannon and Lena?
No, we did not.
And is that something you would remember if you did go to church that day?
Yes.
And on January 26, 2020, were you scheduled to go to work that day?
No, I was not scheduled.
Did you go to work that day?
Yes, I got called in.
And tell the jury about that. Where were you working and why did you get called in?
I was working at Massage Envy. And I think they were like short staffed or somebody called out. That's why I got called in.
And was that unusual?
No.
Would other employees get called in kind of last second if someone calls in sick, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And what Massage Envy were you working at back in January of 2020?
First in Maine.
Where is that within the city? Do you know?
It's near like shopping complexes. I don't remember exactly where it was or road names or anything.
Is it in the northern part of the city?
Yes.
Off of the Powers Drive over there?
Yes.
Okay. How long would it take you to get to work?
25, 30 minutes.
And you were living on kind of the south side of the city.
Right.
All right. So you go to work that day. So obviously you didn't get to go on the hike. Do you know whether or not your mom and Gannon and Lena went on a hike?
They did.
How do you know that?
She told me and I got sent pictures.
And whose idea was it to go on this hike? Do you remember?
No.
But it was a planned event where you were actually going to go on it as well.
Right.
Did your mom tell you anything about what had happened on the hike, in particular with Gannon, while they're out at the hike?
Yes. She said that he had used the bathroom like in his pants, so they had to leave, go home.
And how were you communicating with her?
Through text.
And do you know where they went to go on a hike?
I think it was Garden of the Gods, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach a witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked at 2:05. Do you guys, I don't know who's doing. May I approach you?
You may. Go ahead.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 205, which is a notebook. Recognize that notebook?
Yes.
Do you have an opportunity to look at that last night?
Yes.
And do you know what that notebook is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's text messages between my mom and I.
And are those text messages between January 25th, 2020 at 3:42 p.m. all the way January 29th, 2020 to 4:27 p.m.?
Yes.
And does those text messages in that notebook accurately reflect the conversations that you were having with your mom via text messages during that time period?
Yes.
This time we'd move to admit People's Exhibit 205.
Okay. Exhibit 205 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, in People's Exhibit 205, we're going to publish that and go through them, okay, Ms. Hunt? Would that help you kind of establish a timeline as to when conversations are being made?
Yes.
You can go ahead and publish 205, please. And Ms. Hunt, you can either look at the notebook or the TV screen, whatever is easier for you. So on the first page, we see a text on January 25th at 9:09 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know what that's regarding?
Something about our dogs.
Now, for the jury's benefit, there's a blue bubble and a green bubble up on the screen. Who is the blue bubble reference to?
I am the blue bubble.
So that's coming from your phone?
Yes.
And the green bubble?
My mom.
And this, what we see on the screen behind us looks like a picture. See that?
Yes.
What is that picture of, you know?
Of one of our dogs.
And do you know why it says maybe Nicole there on the green bubble?
Do not.
Do you know that's your mom's phone number, right?
Yes.
And so do you remember having this conversation with her back on the 25th?
Yes.
So her mom changed her name.
The next
in the
Message
phone.
says they are saying it may have been his daughters. Do you remember what that was a reference to?
No.
Is this about the same time when Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, died in a helicopter accident?
Yes.
And were you and your mom discussing that prior to you going to work that day?
Yes.
Do you know if that's in reference to perhaps Kobe Bryant's daughters being on the helicopter?
Yes.
And do you remember having that conversation now that I've said those things?
I do.
Okay. If we can scroll down, please. Now, we have a blue bubble that says daughter up at the top. Is that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
So you say, oh no. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? That was with him? Is that what you say?
Oh no, yes.
Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down a little further, please? One up to that. Can you go back? I'm sorry. Back right there. All right, so we're now at January 26, 2020 at 5:11 p.m. You're where at this time? Do you remember?
I'm at work
And do you know where your mom and the kids are?
on a hike.
So you say, where are you going? Right?
Yes.
Are you there at 5:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And you can look at the TV if it's easier to see it. Okay.
Okay.
She says, get good. Can we scroll down? She says, food. Remember that?
Yes.
And why are you asking her where? Anywhere close to my work, I want chips.
Because I was hungry.
You wanted your mom to bring you some food, right?
Yes.
Do you remember having this conversation with her back then? Go ahead and scroll down. Now, here she says, no, LOL, we are going up the street because Gannon pooped his pants. Is that the first time you hear about Gannon pooping his pants?
For that day, yes.
Had that happened before?
Previously, yes.
Did Gannon have some stomach issues?
Yes.
That wasn't too surprising to you when you saw this message?
No.
Was it surprising to your mom?
No.
You say OMG. What does that stand for?
Oh my gosh.
I think everyone knows that, but I hope you understand why I asked that. Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? So does she, what do you think she means when she says, yeah, all that movie?
Him like exercising or moving around.
Did that in the past cause issues with Gannon's stomach and cause him to have accidents?
To my knowledge, yes.
How did you get that knowledge?
What I was told.
Who told you?
I don't know.
Remember?
I don't know because it was said multiple times, so I don't remember.
No problem. We can go ahead and scroll down, please. Okay, let's stop right there, please. So now we're at the point, it's January 26th at 9:54 p.m. Are you still at work?
Yes.
Remember getting this text message that we see on the screen now that says, do panic, but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs, set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it.
Yes.
What were you doing at Massage Envy? What was your role?
I worked at the front desk.
So were you able to read these as soon as you got them or with customers or what was going on?
We were pretty busy often, so I was probably reading it in between.
And then she says at 9:54 and 52 seconds, he is fine, he is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Do you remember getting that?
Yes.
And do you remember how you responded to these text messages from your mom?
Yes, I was reading them pretty quickly because I was at work and I thought she was saying that the fire was on our dogs.
And you know that because the text messages are coming up, or do you remember doing that?
I remember, yeah.
And tell us about your dogs. How many dogs did you have?
We had 2 dogs, a French bulldog and an English bulldog.
And when did you get those dogs? Do you remember?
A little before Christmas.
So shortly before all this happened?
Yes.
So December 19, 2019?
I think it was closer to like November.
And do you currently still have those dogs?
Yes.
What's their names?
Sadie and Chance.
What kind of dog is Sadie?
A French bulldog.
Chance is?
An English bulldog.
And Chance was named after who?
My dad.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. So you say the fire was on Chance.
Yes.
Now, are you saying this because you didn't really get a chance to read the text, or what's going on here?
Yes, I didn't really get a chance to read it, and it was just like a lot, and I was so confused what was going on.
Would Gannon have a habit of lighting candles and hanging out in the basement by himself?
No.
Have you ever seen him light a candle and sit on the couch hanging out next to a candle?
No.
So eventually when we scroll down, we'll see that your mom makes it real clear that it was Gannon that was involved in this candle. What were you thinking when you were getting these text messages?
None of the texts were fully clear. So they were really confusing at first. So I was kind of asking to elaborate.
Did she actually send you a picture of the area where this candle supposedly fell down?
Yes.
And do we see that now on the TV screen?
Yes.
It says it was sent January 26, 2020 at 9:57 p.m.
Yes.
Can we go ahead and scroll down again, please? So she says when you ask about Chance, she says, no, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoky. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. Said the first was on Chance. What did you mean by that?
I meant fire.
So did you think there was 2 fires, or?
I thought that's what she meant the whole time, that the fire was on Chance, because she never said any names.
Go ahead and scroll down. A fire, and then she says, I jumped on him with a cover. Remember that?
Yes.
You ever talk to your mom about this text message on the phone or in person about what the heck are you talking about? What happened here?
I did once I got home.
Talk about that when we get there, okay? Let's go ahead and scroll down and look at the text message. And so you say, oh, okay, and she says, I never said Chance. Remember getting that?
Yes.
You said jumped on him, and you said OMG again, right?
Yes.
It says yes, but never said Chance. Read again. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
I just had a heart attack.
Yes.
Why did you a heart attack? But why did you say I just had a heart attack?
Because I thought that she meant Chance, and still no names were said, so I don't know who she was referring to at that point in time.
did you eventually, as we'll see as we scroll down, find out that it was Gannon she was referring to?
Yes.
Obviously, when you get home, you find that out, right?
Yeah.
So you're asking where the other dog is, Sadie, right?
Mhm.
Yes or no?
Yes. Sorry.
And your mom responds she was in the chair.
Yes.
So you're concerned about the dogs.
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down some more. And then you say OMG by the fire. Right?
Yes.
So your mom says that Lena grabbed Sadie and I grabbed Chance NR. Right?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about that when you?
Yes.
Dance. Now all of us were upstairs. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And scroll down. He was downstairs. You know who she was talking about when she said he was downstairs at that point?
Not until the next message.
So you say Gannon was downstairs.
Yes.
She says yes, right?
Yes.
During this conversation, is that the first time that you realized that Gannon may have been burned or was part of this fire situation?
Yes.
OMG. You ask her, how did he knock it over? Why did you ask her that?
Because at this point, I'm still confused of what happened or how it happened.
Was there some confusion based on your experience of Gannon not being the type of kid that would hang out by a candle in the basement?
Yes.
Scroll down. As he said, he must have fell asleep. You say, so it wasn't? I think you meant to say knocked over.
Yes.
Right? I don't even know how you pronounce that. And you can go ahead and scroll down. He says, yes, OMG, can you read? Sounds like a typical mother teenage daughter text conversation going on here, right?
Yes.
Other than the obvious fire situation.
Yes.
So how did you respond to that, you know?
Yes.
So she goes on and says, he must have knocked it over while asleep unless he was awake and lied. That sound like something Gannon would do?
I don't know, because kids will lie sometimes, so I can't really answer that.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. She says, but he acted sorry for sure. And you say AWW. What does AWW stand for?
Oh.
Like O?
No, like oh.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay. So do you remember about what time you got off work on the 26th during this text messaging process here?
Yeah, it was late, around like 10:30 or so.
If the information from Massage Envy says you clocked out at 10:18 p.m. on January 26th, would that be accurate?
Yes.
Just refreshing, Your Honor.
Yeah. What? You can ask her what time she thinks she clocked out.
Do you know approximately what time you clocked out and left work that day?
Yes, a little after 10 sometime.
In between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got home?
Takes me like 25 minutes or so to get home, so a little bit of time after that.
Did you talk to your mom on your way home from Massage Envy that night?
I normally tell her that I'm leaving, so probably yes.
And so, what do you see when you get home? Describe to the jury what you see in the house when you got home from work.
I get home. My mom and Lena are in the living room and they're telling me about the fire. Gannon wasn't upstairs at this point.
So who you said they are telling you? Were both Lena and your mom telling you about what happened downstairs?
Yes.
What did your mom tell you at this point when you get home?
She told me that the candle was knocked over. She thinks that he was playing on his Nintendo when he wasn't supposed to be, so that maybe that's how he knocked it over. That after the fire, they ran outside and she called her fireman friend and asked if the fumes in the house were okay for us to go back inside, and they said yes. And she said that when they were in the street, Gannon was screaming that he hates his life and screaming different things.
What did you think about that last part your mother just told you about Gannon life?
I didn't think that the candle thing was a big deal, so it was just still so like confusing.
Was your mother concerned about Albert finding out about this and being upset about it?
Normally, Albert's not the one to get mad about like stuff getting messed up, so.
When she told you about Gannon going out in the street and yelling that he hates his life and things like that, did that sound like the Gannon that you knew?
No, he hasn't done that before.
You said that it was Lena and your mom upstairs when you got home on the 26th after work.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Gannon was at?
Downstairs.
Did you go downstairs?
Yes.
What did you see when you went downstairs?
Him laying in his bed.
Did you go into his room?
By the doorway.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Was the light on in his room?
I don't know.
Is that the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Were there any windows open in the basement when you went down there?
Yes, the windows were open. It was cold down there.
How many windows were open down in the basement?
I don't know.
It was January 26th at, you know about what time it is now when you went down to Gannon's room?
It was a little later because my mom was like, let's go tell Gannon goodnight. So that's why we went down there.
Anything unusual about your mom saying, let's go tell Gannon goodnight?
Not something that she normally would do.
It's not something she would normally do?
Correct.
That's surprising to you when she said that?
Yes.
Did she go down there with you when you went to Gannon's room?
Yes, we both went down there.
Do you recall your mom talking to Gannon?
She said goodnight to him. She was like, goodnight.
Do you know whether or not Gannon responded?
I don't remember, no.
So was Gannon's bedroom window open as well?
I don't know.
Was it cold down in the basement?
Yes.
Did you sleep down in the basement that night?
No.
Where was your room within the house?
In the basement.
Would it have been close to Gannon's room, or was it like on the other side of the basement area?
On the other side of the basement.
Was your room cold in there?
I don't remember.
Why'd you sleep upstairs?
Because it was cold downstairs. You could still smell like the fumes, and like everything in the house just felt weird.
Why did it feel weird?
Because my mom made the comments. She was like, Gannon's acting weird. I don't know what's wrong with him. She said that she was scared.
Who else slept upstairs?
Lena.
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
So it's you, your mom, Lena, and Gannon?
Yes.
Gannon's the only one sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
It's cold down there?
Yes.
Were we talking freezing cold, or was it just colder than the upstairs?
Colder than the upstairs.
That's why you didn't sleep down
Yeah.
there. And where did you sleep? In particular, what bed?
In my parents' room.
Did you sleep with your mom in the same bed?
Yes, sorry.
There you go. Okay, good.
Young, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes, please.
This is a good breaking point right now, Judge, if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
So Letecia, both hands are free. We've seen her move both hands. Interesting. We're getting to the point where she's starting to respond a little bit to Harley's recounting of events.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Pat, you can sit down with the witness stand now if you would like to. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
And they turn off the feed. Let's just wait and see if the mics are hot. I don't hear anything. Oh, they're turned off now. Okay, so we're going to wait just for a minute. Got a little bit of a break. Okay. Valerie Ivory says, recovered it. Gannon and Letecia were on camera leaving the house the next day. Some folks were thinking he was already dead this night. Yeah, we're earlier in the schedule as far as the timeline of events. He was drugged, I bet, that night. That sounds more likely, Ivan. That sounds much more likely. Possibly because of the severe burns. So he was not responsive. He's down there in the cold. The windows are open to let the basement air out from the smoke or the smell of the fumes. Yeah, then this next phase of the testimony is going to be tough. I'll check mod chat here just 1 second. Holy cow. Okay. I will just ask that we all be respectful to Harley. She's not on trial. There's nothing we've heard that would indicate that she's responsible for any part of this. She was a juvenile when this happened. Just please be respectful that way. If you do have some comments about her that are not kind, or maybe even close to not kind, I'd ask you just keep them to yourself right now. This isn't the time to share those. Maybe at another point that could happen, but right now let's just be supportive of her. Okay. Thank you all. All right. So what was the last thing the judge said to Letecia just now? Holly Wild, I believe the judge said to Harley that she could step down from the stand. I don't think he said anything to Letecia. The last thing he said to Letecia specifically was this morning, letting her know that he could chain her hands under the desk if he wanted to. Just letting her know what the options were. Harley's doing a great job on the stand. She is. She comes across extremely believable, truthful. She doesn't have a perfect memory. It does not sound coached in any way. And I believe the way that the prosecution is asking her questions, even though they have to get to some very difficult questions here soon in this next phase of the questioning, is probably the best they can. I'm super worried about the defense and the cross. Any other case, I would say the best thing for the defense to do is just say no questions for this witness, because the jury is feeling what Harley's saying. They feel sorry for her. They're sympathetic. They realize that she's also a victim in this, And so if they come out and attack Harley, and are very forceful and getting in their face type thing, it turns the jury against you. In this case, they probably will do it anyway because they already know the jury is against Letecia. We'll see. It could get really ugly on defense, really, really ugly. Let's see. She was keeping it cold down there to throw off the time of death, maybe, says MB. I don't think so because we know from the medical examiner that that Gannon did not die from the stab wounds he received. But he did die from the gunshot and the blunt trauma to the head in the opposite order. So I don't think at the time that this happened he had been stabbed or shot. I don't think that was the case. Because we've got, he's going to be in the video, Monday. Let's see. Letecia started to move her hands around while Harley was talking. The judge sat up pretty quick, and LT stopped. The judge is paying very close attention to her, extremely. She was keeping it cold just to be cruel. I think she was keeping it cold to, or just airing it out, and she just didn't care about Gannon. I don't think it was that she was cruel. She was more worried about the carpet than she was Gannon. Daily Dale, I don't know how bad it was, but it's probably bad enough that that she drugged him, that he's not responsive. We know that he's burned, and knowing, hearing his voice in the video that, after the fire that she took, he's in a lot of pain there. You can hear it. And so for him to just be silent when everyone's home and not say anything and just be down there in bed, it sounds drugged to me. Yes, she does a lot of hand motions. I think she's trying to push the limits of what the judge has told her not to do. There have been a couple times where I've seen the middle finger up. I think she's also got her first finger up, sort of like this, but she holds it at an angle where you can't really see the first finger. But she's testing the limits to see what the judge will do. Jenny Lynn, we're not to that point yet. What do you think about the fact that Harley just found out about how her father really died? Who makes up a story like that? It's actually worse to say a thief killed him. Eileen, that was very telling that Letecia lied to Harley about how her dad died, and that she just found out this week over the internet, of all things. Man. Okay. If Ellis is as manipulative as she comes across, H is a very strong person. Just imagine sitting across from Mom while testifying and not letting her looks, etc., get to her. She's doing a great job. She's doing an incredible job. Do we know why she even made the recording of Gannon crying? Wonder Twin DD, I believe it's because she wanted evidence to support her story of what happened. So this would be evidence of the fire being Gannon's fault and his burns being his fault. PG Sweet Stuff, welcome. Good to have you in the gallery. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. Do we know if she speaks to her mom via phone? I don't know. She says she hasn't seen her since she was arrested. And that's a long time to not see her. So this is pretty traumatic for her. The lie about Dad's death shows she is always a pathological liar, says Mighty Heidi. Lies with ease, like breathing. Lucy, can you imagine what the conversations are like with her lawyers every time she leans over to say something? Is it another story? Is it another explanation? Is it another lie? Her attorneys are regretting their career choice right now, I think. Do you think, let's see. Hey, we've got Amber on the phone, one of our mods. Hang on just one second. Hey, Amber, how are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Well, it's going great. It's a busy day for you and the mods.
It is a busy day. My gracious.
It's a fun group here, but it's a lot of work doing what you do. So thank you very much.
It is. We're on it though. I wanted to kind of help with something because I know chat's flying, and I wanted to answer a lot of questions that are in chat about the same thing.
Okay.
And I don't think you're able to catch them all because you're not being tagged. So I wanted to try and help real quick.
Yes, please.
Everybody's asking about the burns on Gannon. We found out through the phone calls and the interviews from Letecia Stauch saying that he had the bubbles on his arms. If you missed that testimony, it was in some of the first few days of testimony where she alluded to he knocked over a candle and burned his arm. And it was bad enough to have bubbles or blister-like things that he was picking and ended up slinging his arm around and got blood on the wall, which is far-fetched.
That doesn't happen.
But it wasn't bad enough to take him to the ER. So for everybody asking about burns, that's where that came from. There's lots and lots of questions about burns. I'm sorry.
But the part about it not being bad enough to take him to the ER was from Letecia, right?
Correct.
This is Leticia's decision not to take him to the ER because she didn't think it was bad, even though she says there were bubbles, there were blisters.
Right.
Which is
even in the phone call. Right. So in the first day and second day when Al Stauch was on the stand, he was also going through, this was when his phone calls, his recorded phone calls were being played. He was going through and say, tell me more about the burns. This has really got me worried. So she was also telling Al Stauch about the burns as well. So all of the burning information came from Letecia telling other people that happened.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's hearing this story of what she told Harley, what Letecia told Harley about she threw a blanket over him and kept jumping on it. It sounds like she threw Gannon and the blanket on the fire.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and listen to that and see if I can't make better sense of that, because I was kind of half listening during that because I had some stuff going on in my house. So I'll have to go back.
Yeah, and her comment the other day when we heard in her interrogation or interview at the police station, where she said because he was burned worse than he should have been, or the burns were, how did she word it? She said the burns were worse than they should have been, or something.
Yeah, something to that effect. And she said something about bad call on my part, or something to that effect. Yeah, she's a mess.
It's bad. I know a couple people are asking to see the text better. I've got the text pulled up on another screen and fully zoomed in. It's just a blur. It's the reflection off the monitor is really bad. You cannot read them. So I can zoom in, but it just has blue and green on the screen, and you can't read any text. So I do apologize. We're sticking with the.
And I can second that. Yeah. I can second that, and I've tried to put in chat to answer other questions as far as pulling chat text off the screen and trying to zoom in on the text message screen. All it does is blur it. All you can see is the color bubble. You can't actually make out the words, and the chat coming up on screen is to help y'all with questions and answering as best as possible.
Yeah.
So, and we also want to kind of keep an eye on Letecia and see what she does.
Yeah. And I know there's some of you who are watching this on a big screen, and you might have the chat turned on your big screen. A lot of times that will overlay the chat on the right-hand side of the screen that's covering Letecia. That's not my setting. That's your device that has that option. I can't move that chat. You can turn it off if you do want to just see the video. But that's a setting you'd have to do on your end to turn off the live chat view. You can turn it back on if you want it back. But let's see. There was a mention of Gannon having burns on his collarbone area, or did I imagine it? Lisa, you didn't imagine it. Initially, when she brought up the burns, she touched her chest when she was talking about the burns he had. And she did this sort of motion, saying he was burned, and she touched there. So no, you didn't. She didn't specifically say that's where he was burned, but that's sort of what we can insinuate from that it was also there.
Something else I'm seeing a lot of, Scott, is Harley is not living with Al Stauch or Landon, to my knowledge. She is in the same area. From what I understand, there is no ill will with Harley and Gannon's biological parents. But to my knowledge, she's not living with them. Harley is doing very well for herself and has turned a very, very bad situation into a very good, positive, and inspirational, regardless of how you feel of her and what she may or may not have known.
Yeah.
She's doing really well considering the circumstances, but she's in the same area, but she's not in the same living arrangement.
Yeah, what we heard from her early testimony is that she's halfway through medical school or for nursing school. Sorry,
for nursing,
and so she's she's got a career for herself. I like that she's in nursing school. That shows that she likes to help people. Nurses are a unique breed, and they see a lot and they do a lot, but they help people all over the place. So that shows that's a good thing for me looking at her health.
We certainly are, and I'm glad you said that. She's definitely got the heart to want to help, and she's actually, and I'm going to plug this again, if you have found Harley on social media, please do not go attack her, but she is actually starting to kind of talk more about her struggles and what she's gone through, and how she's starting to turn it around, or how she made that decision to try and turn it around in the best way she could. Does she do a lot of things as far as like travel? Sure. Yeah. But I think in that situation, I would too. If I could find a way to escape everything, I would too.
Yes, she's got a boyfriend. She's pursuing a relationship there. She is big on social media. She's trying to get her start in life and just do what normal people her age would do. And hopefully she's got a lot of support around her to help her through this, because this is not going to be easy.
Oh, she does. She does. Glamma Jane, I just saw your comment. The carpet that was cut out was actually from, I think you're confusing a few different carpet cuttings, because there were a couple. There was the one from the bedroom and the padding, from bedroom padding and carpet from Gannon's room, from the blood-soaked stains that went down to the carpet. The candle carpet cutting was taken, but I don't recall if they had blood trace in that or not. I think it was just candle wax. The carpet cutting that had the blood staining on it was from the utility closet in the basement.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's a lot of carpet in this case, unfortunately. Rolls of it, corners of it, squares of it. Lots of carpet. Bluebell says, you got a shout out from Plunder on the latest upload. Yes, Plunder did a great job putting together the series of the flip-offs from Friday. That was a great video. I do appreciate the shout out from her. Thank you so much. Lori Vargo, welcome to the gallery. Also, Nancy D, welcome to the gallery. Good to have both of you here with us. Thank you so much for being supporters. Amber, before we get back to the judge, who should be back here in just a couple of minutes, what do you think about what's going to happen next? As far as I realize, we've got a little while longer of Harley being testifying, but when it goes over to defense, when it goes to cross, what do you think is going to happen? What's your gut instinct?
I think, what's his name? Coolio? It's not Coolio. I know it's not Coolio, but what's his name?
Is it Cook?
The attorney.
Is it Cook?
Yes, that guy.
Okay.
Cook. I think he's going to be the one that does the cross on that. And I think he's going to be considerate. Harley was obviously emotional coming into court this morning. And I don't think anybody can blame her for that. But I think once it starts getting closer to where she was involved, as far as like the text messages about her going to get, supplies, or picking her mom up from the hospital, or picking her up from getting the rental, I think he's going to get more aggressive there. And I'm hoping he can show some restraint there, because it's not going to win him any kind of points anywhere with anybody, including in the jury room. I think that's going to be a huge mistake on his part, but I think he's going to get quasi-aggressive, unfortunately.
That's going to be hard. That's going to be really bad. they've already thrown her under the bus when she wasn't there, right? Harley's
Right,
been a target so
yeah.
many times, and I think they're going to go there again, and it's not going to be pretty.
I think they're right. I think they're going to be respectful, but I think they're going to be aggressive in their approach when they start questioning about some of the in the moment things.
Yeah.
When this happened, all of the questions that everybody's asking about how much she knew in those particular instances, he's going to get aggressive. I feel like he's going to be respectful, and I hope she's going to actually take the time out and say,
pick up
"Judge,
outside the
I
presence
need
of the
a
jury
minute."
at this point in time.
I hope she does that.
Okay.
Because
Let's go
I
ahead
don't
and
want
bring the
her
jury
to
back
be
in. Let's
further
have Ms.
victimized
Hunt.
by her mom.
Where did
I'm
Ms.
going to
Hunt
let
go?
you go, Court.
She's
Coming
out
back.
in the hallway.
Thanks, Amber. I appreciate it. We'll catch you later.
Alrighty.
Bye. Thanks. It's one of our great mods. Amber helps us out a ton. Okay, so court's coming back. Jury's coming back into the room right now.
Microphones off. Yes, I just want to make sure.
I believe so.
They are. Those microphones are off. The microphones
Yeah.
on the defense table have been off the entire trial. Same with the
Ms.
prosecution
Hunt,
table.
if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Yeah, can you imagine being a juror? What question would you ask Harley? I'm sure there are going to be some here.
All rise for the jury, please.
So Letecia is not cuffed on either hand, but I believe she is shackled in place, or at least to the chair.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Ms. Hunt. That's where we will resume. With that, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hunt, there's a few more text messages from January 26th that I want to cover with you.
Okay.
Before we go into the 27th. Your book should be opened up to January 26th at 10:10 p.m. Do you see that? You see a text from your mother that says, "My arm is burnt jumping on him"?
Yes.
Are you still at work when you get this text?
Yes.
So you say OMG. Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? And you say the fire was on Gannon.
Yes.
Are things becoming now clearer for you as to what she was talking about in her text message at work?
Yes.
Go scroll down. Go ahead and go down a little bit further. Yep. And she responds, "No, the cover was." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. He was wrapped in it. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, I know we talked about what you saw, but did you see any injuries to your mom?
No.
Did you see any burn marks on her arm?
I don't remember.
When you got that prior text about her saying that she burned her arm jumping on him, were you concerned that your mother may have been burned during this fire?
Yes.
Did you ask her about it when you got home?
No.
Did she say anything about being burned when you got home?
I don't remember.
You can go ahead and scroll down. She says, "I jumped on him, though, because he had the cover around him." Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Scroll down. You say OMGG has. And it looks like, if we can scroll down again, that she sent you a picture. Do you remember what that picture was?
Of the couch being burnt.
Was it the floor area with some blankets around what appears to be a burned area of the carpet?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Do you remember getting that night?
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. And you ask, what is that? Did she ever answer that?
No.
Okay. And so, do you remember about what time you went to bed that night after you got home?
No.
Do you remember whether or not you had to work in the morning?
I did, yes.
And what time did you have to be at work now on the 27th of January, 2020?
By 8:30?
That normal working time in the morning?
Yes.
We can scroll down now to a text from January 27th, 2020. Again, the blue is you. Do you remember making that text, "Are you here?"
Yes.
Why did you ask your mother if she is here? Remember?
I don't remember, no.
When you say here, are you referring to the house?
Yes.
Were you still at home at 7:20 a.m. on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you left the house?
Around 8 o'clock.
So earlier you testified that you slept in the same bed with your mother that night.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you any context as to why you might text her and say, "Are you here?"
I don't remember why I said it. 'Cause I didn't see her.
So she wasn't in bed when you woke up, maybe?
Yes.
You know where she went or where she was at?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? It looks like that she texted you another picture, January 27th at 9:05 a.m. Do you recall getting a picture from her then?
Yes.
Do you know what that picture is?
Of our dog.
Okay. Do you know which dog it is?
Yes, Sadie.
Is that the first time you had any communication with your mom that morning?
Yes.
Would you have been at work by then?
Yes.
I know it's been over 3 years, but do you recall whether or not your mom's vehicle was at the residence when you went to work that day?
I don't remember.
What kind of car did your mom drive?
A black Volkswagen Tiguan.
Fairly new?
Yes.
Was it under lease?
Yes.
What kind of car were you driving?
A Volkswagen Jetta.
And what kind of car was Albert driving when he was home?
A Nissan truck.
Remember what color that truck was?
Red.
Right. So you go to work. Are you at work then when you get this picture of, did you say that was Sadie?
Yes.
So you are at work then?
Yes.
All right. And what was your shift going to be that day? Do you recall? What time would you get off?
I don't remember. It was like a morning shift, so it lasted until 4:30 or so.
Okay. We can go ahead and scroll down, please. So when you get the image of Sadie, you say OMG, and she says, she was like, it's warm. Let me try. Is your mom talking about Sadie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that when you got this message?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? Then on January 27th at 9:27 a.m., your mother texts you, OMG, something isn't right. Do you remember getting that text message?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Do you have any idea what that means now?
Yes.
What does that mean now?
She sent me screenshots of text messages after that.
And what were the screenshots and what text messages were they?
It was a conversation between her and Albert.
Can Remember what the substance of that conversation was?
About bath salts or hanging out with Gannon's older friend.
How did the bath salts and the older friend relate to Gannon in this text message?
It was said that that's what he had mentioned.
Did you ever know Gannon to use bath salts or have any association with bath salts in the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please. And so we see now images on an attachment that was sent from your mom. It looks like it was sent to you at 9:29 a.m. on January 27th. Is that the screenshots that you just talked about that she sent you?
Yes.
What were you thinking was going on here? I mean, had she ever sent you any messages like this before in the past?
No.
Any messages related to how Gannon and his activities and what's going on with Gannon ever sent to you in the past by your mother?
Not like the messages, no.
Was it a shock for you to see that somehow Gannon may have been related to bath salts?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't even know we had bath salts, and I wouldn't even think he would know what those are.
Did you know what they were back then?
Yes.
What were they?
Put them in the bathtub.
Okay. Ask a stupid question, you get right.
Oh, no.
Did you know whether or not
Don't
kids
go
were
there.
using bath salts at
tell her
this
that was a
time
stupid answer.
frame as a drug or a method to get high, that kind of thing?
I did not at the time, no.
Did you later learn about that?
Yes.
But when you get this message, you didn't connect that as to being Gannon may have been trying to get high on bath salts or something?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? So you didn't respond to that, but at 4:20 p.m., you text your mother, just got off.
Yes.
What is that?
I always text her when I leave or when I get off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Had you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
I approach your witness.
Me.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 204. And that's a plastic sleeve, so you can pull the contents out, and I'll ask if you recognize that. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 204?
It's a message between me and Gannon's phone.
Okay. And is that what you're talking about? Is that the message you got indicating what it says here?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what this message meant to you?
That my mom left her phone at home, and if I needed anything to text Gannon's phone.
And does that help refresh your memory as to what was going on the 27th while you were at work?
Yes.
And does these messages accurately reflect the conversation you had with regards to these two phones back on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 204.
Defense. Exhibit 204 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so rather than publish it, I'm going to ask you to read it. Is the messages from Gannon's phone, is that in green on People's Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Could you read the messages and at what time you got those from Gannon's phone?
At 10:37, he messaged, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And then at 1:20, messaged, you okay, miss you.
And did you respond to that particular message?
Yes, at 1:24, I said, yes, miss you too.
So if you needed to get a hold of your mom, you knew you needed to call Gannon's phone. Is that what this is all about?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not where they were going or what they were doing when the message came in saying she left her phone at home?
At the time, no.
Was that unusual for your mother to leave her own phone at home when she went out running errands or to do whatever she was going to do?
Yes.
Why was that unusual?
She always brought her phone everywhere.
Did you think it was unusual at the time you got this text message from Gannon's phone saying, hey, Tisha left her phone at home. Call me if you need something?
No.
Why do you think it's unusual now?
It's just weird how this particular day she left her phone at home.
And you say that because when you get off of work and get home, Gannon wasn't there?
Yes.
So how long did it take you to get home on the 27th, 2020? Do you recall?
No.
What happens when you get home?
When I get home, mom's upstairs, just have a normal conversation, and she tells me that she looked up on the internet how to like remove fire stains from the carpet. So she wanted me to go to the store and get that stuff for her.
Who did you see home when you got home?
I remember seeing my mom home, and then Lena came in after.
Did you see Gannon?
No.
Think anything unusual about Gannon not being home when you get off work?
I did ask her, I said, where is Gannon at? And she said that he was with one of his friends and that she told him to come back by a certain time because we were going to dinner.
So if you text your mother that you just got off at 4:20 p.m., what time do you think you got home based on that text message?
4:50.
If we have People's Exhibit 47 that shows you getting home at 4:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's Ring video in your neighborhood and you can see when cars are going? And
yes.
So if you get home about 4:37 p.m., where was Lena at when you got home?
She was outside playing. I remember her coming in with like a bike.
And what time, do you know what time she got out of school?
Elementary gets out at like 2:30.
She ride a bus to and from school?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for her to be outside from getting off the bus up until you got home from work?
Yes, because normally there's like a routine. Kids would come home and like get snacks, do their homework, and then they would go outside and play.
So when you get home,
here come the hand gestures.
That day, what was your mother doing?
I don't remember. I just remember talking to her before I left.
You remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No.
Did you ever go down to the basement?
No.
Lena ever go down to the basement?
Not that I know of, no.
Your mother ever go down to the basement while you're at home?
I know she did after, maybe, I'm not sure.
So do you remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No, it was very like brief.
If the video says it's about 15 to 16 minutes by the time you pull up and then leave again with Lena, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And again, for the record, that's People's Exhibit 47. So what did your mom ask you to do when you were at home?
She asked me to go to the dollar store to get the items that she sent me because it was too clean, like the fire that happened downstairs the night before.
And did anyone go with you to the dollar store?
Lena did, yes.
Whose idea was it for Lena to go with you?
My mom's.
Why is that, you know?
No.
And did she tell you exactly what you needed to buy at the dollar store?
Yes.
And do you remember what that was?
Looking at the messages, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I can just have a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You remember getting a receipt from the dollar store when you went there?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me see if I can help you.
I'm not sure if they're going to let this in if she says, I don't know.
You may.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 197 and 198. Okay?
Okay.
You recognize those items? Let's start with 197.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 197?
The items that I bought at the dollar store.
And is that a photograph of a receipt from the dollar store?
Yes.
What about 198? You see that envelope?
Yes.
They're writing on that envelope?
At the top?
Yeah. Is there like a label with some print on it?
Yes.
Does that relate to the dollar store receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
There's some scissors to your right on that table right there. Would you mind opening that envelope and just pulling out whatever's in there and take a look at it to yourself if you don't mind?
Okay. I can just cut the top.
You can cut it. Gunnar, it's okay if I open it?
That's fine.
Thanks. And just for the record, I'll cut it open for you, okay? Cut it along the side here.
They moved Letecia to the middle so the judge could keep an eye on her antics.
You can pull that item out of that envelope and take a look at it.
Wait, hold on. She need gloves.
No, it's a.
Go ahead.
Do you want gloves? I guess I should ask you, right?
I don't know.
There's some gloves. If you don't want to touch anything in there, you can put gloves on.
Okay.
Let me do it this way. How about I pull it out?
Okay.
I'll show that to you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The receipt.
Okay. Is that the same receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
The same general condition it was when you got it back on January 27th, 2020.
Yes.
It's lawyer stuff. Bear with me, okay? Your Honor, I move to admit People's Exhibit 197 and 198 at this time.
Hence, no. Exhibits 197 and 198 will be admitted.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 197.
You may go ahead.
As we're pulling that up, we may have to mute the screen, Your Honor, so that we can pull up another exhibit. Thanks.
If it's
Did
a
your
clear
mom tell
picture,
you
I'm going to
why
zoom
you
in on
needed to
that.
buy these
We'll get rid of
items at the
Leticia's
dollar
cam.
store?
And
Yes.
Why?
To help with the fire that happened the night before. She said that she looked it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That she looked it up.
So did she want to clean the area where the fire was? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Is that there? Okay. We can probably unmute it now, Judge. Thanks. So behind you on the TV screen, we have 197. Can you just read off the items that you bought there at the Dollar Tree?
Elastics.
it's too hard to see.
Sorry, it's kind of blurry.
You could probably look at the one behind you. It might be a little clearer. Maybe we can zoom in on it a little. Feel better?
Yes. Elastics, extra strength. DEO. I don't know what that stands for.
Deodorizer, maybe?
Yes.
Remember buying deodorizer at the Dollar Tree that day?
Yes. Baking soda, baby oil, baby lotion, double bubble, trash bags, and cotton rounds.
Bubble gum there as well, maybe?
Yes.
Is that Dana?
Yes. I remember I had got like lotion and stuff for myself there too. So, yeah.
And so you and Lena go. Do you remember about how long you were gone?
No.
We can take that down if you like. What happens when you get home?
We get back. Time had gone by. There was like a specific time that my mom said that she asked Gannon to be home. And as time like approached, he never came home.
So was there a plan for you guys to have dinner together or anything like that on the
Yes.
27th when you got home?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She said that she asked him to come home by like 5 or 6 and said that we were going to go eat sushi. And then when time had gone by and he didn't get back, she was like, I guess he didn't want to eat sushi. And then after that, we started looking for him.
Did she tell you when he had went to a friend's house?
No.
Was it unusual for Gannon to go to a friend's house and play and do things that normal 11-year-old kids do?
No.
So at that point, what did you think? I mean, was it unusual for him not to come home when he was told to come home?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
Because he's very specific with like time.
Is your mother pretty strict when it comes to following the rules around the house?
Yes.
Been that way with you your entire life?
Yes.
Had she been that way with Lena and Gannon?
Yes.
You go over there, you're going to be home at a certain time or there's going to be consequences type thing?
Yes.
And so what was your mom's demeanor like? What was her expressions when she was telling you that Gannon was supposed to be home at 6 and he didn't come home?
She was worried. Remember, we got in the car and we drove to his friend's house. Lena walked up to the door to knock and see if he was there. They said no. And after that, that's when she started to get worried.
Green again.
Yes, as soon as she's ready, Judge. I mean, we can unmute it now, Judge, if you don't mind. Thanks. So what I'd like to do is scroll down, if it's okay, Mr. Gratiano, to January 27th. At 7:02 p.m. Be the next one there if you keep going. Are you there? Do you see that text message in the book that you have in front of you?
Yes.
It appears to be a screenshot of something. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Messages between her and Albert.
Now at 7:02 p.m. on the 27th, were you out looking for Gannon? Is that when you and Lena were going to friend's house to see if he was there, that type of thing?
Yes.
You know why she's sending you this screenshot? Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
I can't remember what's on it.
Okay. That's okay, Harley. We can move on. Why don't we scroll down, please? And then she sends you any luck at 7:08 p.m. on the 27th. Do you know what she was referring to with regards to that?
To finding Gannon.
Did she go out with you to look for Gannon at all?
We all went out together at first, and then I remember I took my car and drove down to his school to see if he was like at the park or something.
At that point in time, did you think he was out and about? And what was going on through your mind? Did you think he had run away or what?
Yeah, I just thought that he had ran away or he was just at his friends, didn't want to come home.
Why did you think that?
That's just what I was told, so.
Who was telling you that?
My mom.
Can you scroll down, please? And so you're responding to her. I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it is so dark, so I couldn't tell. But I'm at the school now. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And you're at Gannon's school at this point in time?
Yes.
And Lena's with you? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
And you say, if we scroll down, please. Look, OMG. And she responds, okay, anything. Do you know what's going on when this is being relayed to you?
No.
And then if we scroll down some more, please. You're asking your mom to ask Lena if she remembers any cars. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Why are you asking her that?
At this point in time, I'm pretty sure we were like knocking door to door. We had got told that he was with his friend Jimmy or something. And Lena couldn't remember which house was Jimmy's house. So I was like, does she remember like any cars or anything that was there?
Did you see, because the next message is old station wagon. Did you see an old station wagon out there? Is that why you're asking your mom about that?
Yes.
So you're asking her to ask Lena if Lena remembers an old station wagon. Does that sound right?
Yes, because she had been to this kid's house before.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. You're asking, or old cars. Is that the same thing? I mean, are you seeing old vehicles out in the neighborhood or something like that?
Yeah.
You ask about colors, and do you remember how your mom responded?
She said no, but don't go there by yourself.
Can we scroll down, please? Keep going, please. And then she says Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is there any reason why, or did your mom tell you any reason why she wasn't going with you to help look for Gannon?
She said that she was going to stay home unless like he came home, so somebody would be there.
Can you scroll down, please? And she's asking again, anything yet? And keep scrolling, please. To
the judge has his eyes locked.
You say no, and then she says anything. And there's a time gap of a minute or 10 minutes, it looks like, between the anythings. Is that, do you remember that happening as you're out searching? She texts you to see if you're finding anything?
Yes.
If we can scroll down to January 27th at 8:43. A little further down. She tells you that she's still waiting. Do you know what that was about?
Still waiting at the house.
And so is that telling you that Gannon hadn't come home yet?
Yes.
You respond no. Why did you respond no to that? Do you remember?
From her previous message.
So what did she mean by still waiting when you said no? It's kind of confusing to me.
I had said no to her previous anything message.
Oh, okay. Got it. And then you say, look at the recent comment and we can scroll down. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you ask her, do you need me to get you anything? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we can scroll down. She says, no, I may need to go to the store. Recall that?
Yes.
Do you know what store she needed to go to?
No.
And then below that at 6:21 a.m., which would be now the next morning, January 28th, there's a text message to you that says, don't answer the door for anyone. That's all.
Yes. So we had made a post in our neighborhood Facebook group, and she said that a bunch of people have her address, so people might show up. So don't answer the door.
While you're out on the night of January 27th, 2020, was there several people in the neighborhood looking for Gannon at the same time?
Not like people how it was like days after.
Did the police eventually come to your house on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you know why the police came to your house?
To file a police report.
Do you know whether or not your mother had dialed 911 or called the police?
I remember when we were in the car when it first happened, she was like, what do I do? Do I call Albert? And I remember she called Albert, and I don't remember if she called 911 or I don't know.
Okay. Regardless, the police show up. Do you remember about what time they showed up to your house?
I remember they took a long time to get there, but I don't know what time.
Prior to the police getting there, do you remember your mom telling you to look at Gannon's backpack to see if there's...
Yes.
You do that?
Yes.
What did you see in Gannon's backpack during this time?
When you open the backpack, you had a folder in there, and in the folder was a Swisher Sweets.
And what is a Swisher Sweets?
Like a cigar roll thing.
What did you think about when you saw a cigar in Gannon's backpack?
Wasn't like him, and I was like, I don't know how a kid got this.
Flash forward to when the police get there. Did your mom tell the police anything about a Swisher Sweet cigar being in his backpack?
I don't know.
You recall when the police were there that your mom bring you in to talk about this Swisher Sweet cigar? It's in the backpack?
I don't know.
You know that the police officers had body-worn cameras on and audio in there?
Yes.
If that happened, that would be on those?
Yes.
Well, what did you think about the Swisher Sweet being in the backpack and your mother having you go search his backpack?
For one, I didn't understand why it was in his backpack, and it's not like it was trying to be hidden because it was, as soon as you opened it, it was right there. So
if it was Gannon's Swisher Sweet cigar, you wouldn't expect to find it. It would have been hidden in the backpack. Is that what you're saying?
correct, yes.
But it was out in the open. As soon as you open the backpack, there it is.
Yes, like in the folder, yes.
You just have a moment, Your Honor.
Me?
Do you remember texting other people, friends in the neighborhood, people that you worked with that may have lived in the neighborhood, about Gannon being missing? Can you look for him or let me know if you see him, that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Were you doing that pretty routinely during this time frame, the night of January 27, 2020?
Yes.
Did you get any response from any of them?
Yes.
What was their responses?
Like praying for you. I'll keep my eye out. Let me know if you need anything.
None of them saw Gannon, though?
No.
So January 28th at 2020, she's telling you don't answer the door for anyone. Do you remember when you got that particular text message?
What do you mean?
Did you read it as soon as you got it, or did you read it when you woke up that morning?
Whenever I woke up.
Remember what time you woke up that morning?
No.
We can scroll down, please. She then sends you a text that says, I'm going to see if people are out looking at 6:21 a.m. on January 28th, 2020. Now, if you see below that, it says read January 28th, 2020 at 7:25:22.
Yes.
Is that when you would have read this text message?
Yes.
And if we scroll back up a little bit, it says the same thing for the prior one.
Yes.
Does that help you recall when you got up that day?
Yes.
So what did you think about that when you got this text message? Don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out looking.
I thought that she just woke up early to try to look for Gannon.
Up until this point, at 6:21, January 28th, to the point where your mother says that Gannon went to his house, had you ever gone into the storage room of your house?
No.
You know where the storage room is? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It's where the furnace is and where boxes are and things like that.
Yes.
Did you ever go in there?
No.
Are you a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper?
Heavy sleeper.
If your mom was in the basement at 6 a.m. on January 28th, would you have heard her down there?
No.
Would you have heard her if there was objects being moved around within the basement?
No.
Did you see her at 7:25 a.m. on January 28th when you woke up?
I don't remember.
Why don't we scroll down and see if that helps us? So at 7:31 a.m., you send her, it looks like a screenshot. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Yes. There was just people in our neighborhood Facebook group like saying things or posting like their ring footage. So I would try to keep her updated.
And is that if we scroll down some other screenshots we see, is that what you're sending your mom is what people are posting?
Yes.
And then you say, if we can scroll down some more, please. She's sending it see page. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Separate.
Okay. Separate page, as it says down below.
I think I just meant she is sending it separate.
Now, what was your understanding as to what was going on with Albert? Was Gannon's missing? It's been overnight. We're now on January 28th in the morning. Do you know whether or not Albert was making arrangements to come home?
Yes, he was.
Do you know whether or not your mother was going to pick him up at the airport or somewhere else?
She was gonna, I think she was gonna pick him up at the airport. I don't know, things had like changed so much.
Did she go to pick him up at the airport? Do you remember?
I remember her leaving, yes.
Did you talk to her before she left?
No.
We talked about your mother's vehicle, this black Tiguan, earlier this morning, where would she park this vehicle?
In the garage.
How would she park in the garage? Would she pull in with the front first, or would she back?
Varies.
The garage has got a lot of woodworking equipment in it and not a lot of room to park in there.
Yes.
You know how she parked in that garage the night of January 27th, 2020?
I think she pulled in.
Pull in, what is that?
Didn't back in. She pulled straight in.
So the front of the car is going in first?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so do you know how it was parked on the morning of January 28th, 2020, before she left to go get Albert in there?
No.
You see it that morning?
I don't know.
You don't remember, or you don't know?
I don't remember.
But you knew your mom was going to go get him that morning.
Yes.
So as she's gone, does she text you with regards to your vehicle, the white Jetta?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's scroll down and see if that helps refresh. We can go down one more, please. So at January 28th at 8:44 a.m., she says, once shoes are at the front door. Do you take that to mean what shoes are at the front door?
Yes.
And did you respond? I mean, what was it? Did you know what that was about? Why is she asking you about shoes at the front door?
There were ring videos that people were posting. So we were trying to think like what shoes was he last wearing?
Okay.
And then if I took a picture, then she would know based upon what's at the door.
Okay. So we scroll down. Are those pictures? Is that a picture of shoes at the front door
Yes.
that you sent her?
Yes.
And then if we keep scrolling down, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
Is that another screenshot from the neighborhood? People posting things on the Facebook page and things like that?
Yeah, and people, I think one of her friends were texting me and she saw this video as well and she sent it to me.
And then if we can scroll down at 8:48 a.m., she asked you if you're working. Were you scheduled to work that day?
I believe so. I remember calling off one of the days. I don't remember which day.
And then you respond no at 8:48 a.m. Remember that?
Yes.
And then this next message, see if this refreshes your memory. Does she, we can scroll down, does she ask you to pull your car in the garage?
Yes.
What was that about? Do you know why she's asking you to pull your car in the garage?
No. In the next message, she just said there was like a lot of people coming. So.
Okay. Did you take that to think that no, she didn't want anybody to see your car out in the driveway, perhaps?
That or like, so there was space in the driveway for people to park.
Okay. But where was your car parked when you had to pull it into the garage? Do you remember?
I would normally park on like the side of the street or in the driveway sometimes.
Did you pull your car into the garage when she asked you to do that?
I think so, yes.
And do you remember backing in, or did you drive forward in?
I don't remember.
It's on video. Would the video reflect that?
Yes.
All right. And did you text your mom saying that your car is filled in? If we can scroll down to January 28th at 8:54 a.m.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And then she responds, Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes. Did you know what that was about?
I think it was just like cleaning up her room.
We can scroll down. We can keep going, please. And so your mom tells you exactly what you just said. Clean the room before everyone gets there, right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who was coming to the house?
I know Albert was coming home. There was different like army people that were coming. I know some like family flew in, so
People were coming out to look for Gannon, right?
yes.
Do you remember when your mom and Albert came back from the airport?
Yes.
Were they driving the black Tiguan?
I don't remember what car they were driving.
Do you remember your mom renting a car?
Yes.
Remember what color the car was?
No.
Remember what brand the car was?
No.
Did you think that was unusual that your mom left in the black Tiguan and came back in a rental car?
I was told that they were going to be driving searching for him, so she didn't want to put miles on her car. And Albert's truck like takes a lot of gas.
Who told you that?
My mom.
So did you ask her about it, or did she just volunteer that to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were people from the media trying to contact you on January 28th in the morning hours?
I don't know if they contacted me. I did remember like news reporters coming.
Do you remember telling your mother that the news reporters are, particularly KKTV, is contacting us?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling your mom that on the morning of January 28th?
Yes, I think like she is my Facebook, so I think that's how they message me on Facebook.
During this time frame, are you also having FaceTime conversations and phone conversations with your mom as well as text messaging?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If you were, would that be reflected in the cell phone records?
Yes.
You talked about soldiers or Albert's coworkers coming in to help look for Gannon.
Yes.
Did they actually come by in a silver SUV?
Yes, I remember people from his unit came.
And did you talk to them? Did you let them in the house? What happened with that?
Yeah, I think I talked to them.
Were you also texting other friends and people that you knew in the neighborhood about whether or not they'd seen Gannon during this time frame?
Yes.
Let's kind of jump to the afternoon of the 28th. Do you know whether or not Albert and your mom were actually talking to detectives with the sheriff's office during this time frame?
Yes, that's what I was told.
They told you that?
I don't remember. I just remember it being mentioned.
Do you remember a time in that afternoon where your mom kind of disappeared and you didn't know where she was at, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What was going on and what vehicle was she driving? Remember?
I remember Albert was home and he kept calling her. And that's when the news reporter came in and filmed a video in our house. And something about they were asking her for like a hairbrush or toothbrush. That's why she couldn't answer or something. I don't know.
If we can scroll down, I know we're going to be jumping a lot, but down to 4:26 p.m. on January 28th. Are you there, Miss Hunt, in the notebook, or we can look at the screen if you're not?
Yes.
So at 4:26 p.m. on the 28th, you're texting her, "Where did you go?" Remember that?
Yes.
How did she respond? If we can scroll down. You see that where it says, "I will text you in 10 minutes"?
Yes.
Do you know where she was at when she's texting you at this time?
No.
Do you know if she's in the rental car or what vehicle she's in as she's gone during this time frame?
I do not know.
And then you respond with looks like a question mark. Or you said, "Huh, I'm sorry."
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because I was confused when she said, "I'll text you in 10 minutes."
And then if we scroll down, you ask, "Where's Lena?"
Yes.
Did you know where Lena was at?
Yes. I said, "Never mind, she's here."
Okay. And she responds, if we keep scrolling, she was on her bed at 4:29 p.m.
Yes.
And if we scroll down more, she says, "Don't open for anyone."
Yes.
What's going on here? Why is she telling you not to open the door for anyone? Do you know?
I do not know. I just feel like there was like a bunch of like stories or like reasons why. It's never like clear why I couldn't open the door.
At this point in time, on January 28th at 4:30 p.m., had you heard of different versions of the events of what happened to Gannon at this point?
Yes.
What version of events did you hear? Let me ask you, did you hear this from your mother?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened to Gannon at this time?
I had heard first that he was at a friend's house and then he was missing and then that he must have been with his friend's older brother. And then that's when she kept saying to me, like, after all that, she was just like, "They're trying to frame me and people were thinking it's me."
Who is she referring to? Did she tell you when they say they are trying to frame me?
People in the groups. Remember her mentioning like the detectives were being weird, asking weird questions to her.
At this point in time, did you ever say, "Mom, they just want to find Gannon. We're trying to find Gannon"?
Right?
Did you ever say that to her?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I don't remember.
Did you have problems with confronting your mom on some of this information?
Yes.
Like why you have a rental car, where's your car, that kind of thing?
Yes.
At this time period, are you just going along with what your mom's telling you?
Yes.
You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. You say at 4:30, if we can go down one more, "Where are you going?" And she responds, "I said I would text you in in 10 minutes."
Yes.
Would your mom usually tell you where she's at, what she's doing under normal circumstances?
Yes. We had like 360, so I could always look on there too.
Did you do that?
It wasn't on
How do you know it was not?
because it'll say like nothing found or it'll tell you.
So while you're asking where you're going and things like that, you're looking at her Life 360 app to see where she's at?
Yes.
And it was shut down for whatever reason?
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
You always been able to find your mom and vice versa. Does she find you, I take it?
Yes.
Based on this Life 360?
Yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. Now you have the question mark symbol at 4:31 p.m. And she responds, "Something isn't right. I think they are hiding something."
Yes.
What was that all about? Do you know what she's talking about here?
Um, she said that they were asking for like toothbrushes and like hairbrushes and stuff, so why would they need like Gannon's like DNA?
And you know that because lower in the text message, that's what she says, right?
Yes.
And did you help Albert get the toothbrush and things like that for the police?
I don't remember.
If we can go ahead and scroll down to January 28th at 4:33 p.m. You say, what do you think they're hiding? And did she respond to that text?
No.
And then if we scroll down, you have another question mark.
Yes.
And then at 4:50 p.m., you tell her, Albert said you need to go where he is at.
Yes.
Remember that? What was that all about? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure they were both at like the police station.
Do you know whether your mom was at the police station or not?
I don't know for sure, but she said that she was.
Do you know that Albert was at the police station?
Yes.
When did she tell you she was at the police station?
I think when she got home.
And this was again on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say it's been 10 minutes. What is that in reference to?
Because she said that she would text me in 10 minutes.
And her response is, can we scroll down? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. H-U-H. And below that, if we scroll down, you say IDK. Is that for what?
I don't know.
EFT me and said you need to go there.
FT is FaceTime.
Okay. So did you have a conversation with Albert then at this time period?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Albert was at the police station and your mom wasn't?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that they wanted your mom to go to the police station?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you do another question mark here at 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At 5:04 p.m., if we scroll down, your mother says, okay, I called them.
Yes.
And then she goes on to say, I'm talking to him to go. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually talked to him or ever went to the police station on January 28, 2020?
I do not know.
If we can scroll down to January 28th at 5:22:53. You see that where your mom says Albert?
Yes.
You say to go where? What are you referring to there?
Because in the previous message, she said, I'm talking to him to go. And it was never clear what she meant.
Okay. And then if we scroll down, your mother says, they said I have to go back to the place. Do you know what she's talking about there?
No.
Do you know where your mother's at 5:24 p.m. on January 28th, 2020?
No.
And if we continue to scroll down, your mother says they are treating us crappy. Remember that?
Yes.
And you, if we go to the left, say, not sure what that means. It says emphasized in quotes, they are treating us crappy. Is that something you're typing out or what did you do?
No, it's like you can hold down the message and choose like a symbol.
So it's like a thumbs up thing?
Yeah.
Heart.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones I know. So you respond to her message somehow emphasizing they are treating us crappy.
Yes.
Were you being treated crappy?
No.
Were you under the impression at this time that your mom was being treated unfairly by the police.
Yes.
Is that what your mom wanted you to think?
Yes.
We can scroll down to January 28th at 5:27. Your mom's asking you, who is there with you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at this time, it's just you and Lena in the house. Is that how you respond?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, keep going, please. There we go. Back up. I'm sorry. She says, who was at the ring? And then she says earlier. Do you know what that message was about?
No. And I said nobody was at the ring.
Did your mom have access to your doorbell camera on her phone?
Yes.
So you say nobody's at the ring. And then if we go down to January 28th at 5:28 p.m., your mom is now saying, what did Albert say to you?
Yes.
You know what that's in context of?
I guess when he called me.
Is it the FaceTime that we saw earlier that you talked about?
Yes.
And did you tell her what Albert had said to you?
Yes.
And we can scroll down, please. To tell you to come there, right?
Yes.
And then your mom responds, I told him this is nonsense to come there again.
Yes.
And now you're texting her at 5:45 p.m. that someone is here with pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why are you texting her about that?
Because she told me not to open the door.
And then she responds, it's pizza. And you say, do I open?
Yes.
Why did you have to ask your mom for permission to open the door to get some pizza?
Because she had told me originally to, and she would have watched the camera. I don't want to be in trouble.
Would there be consequences for you if you didn't follow what your mom's telling you to do?
Yes.
You gotta let me know when I can go right up to noon or.
So it's up to you. I was going to ask you to find a breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Why don't we scroll down to January 28th at 6:12 p.m. and 55 seconds. Right there. Your mom says, what's going on there? You remember that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say Albert's came and left. Wells back now.
Yes.
So what was going on with Albert? Was he coming and going from the house during this time frame?
Yeah, just like the police station or wherever he needed to go.
At this point, is your car still in the garage? You know.
Yes.
And is Albert driving his red Nissan truck?
Yes.
And your mom, you don't know if she's driving a rental or what vehicle she's driving?
Correct.
And you don't know where your mom's at still?
Correct.
Did you ever ask her, why don't you just tell me where you're at, Mom? I'm worried about you.
No. From her messages, I just assumed that she was at the police station.
And then if we scroll down, she asks you again. We can scroll down one more. She says, what's Albert? And then she says doing in the correction down below. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then she tells you at 6:24 p.m. on January 28th, they are asking me dumb questions. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, do you know where she's at when she sends this?
Thought she was at the police station.
And did you think she's there based on what she's telling you here?
Yes.
And then you respond, talking to the news because they're here. Is that when the film crew showed up that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
And were they in the front yard or where were they?
No, they came in the house.
How'd they get in the house?
I think Albert let them in.
Oh, so Albert was there at this point.
Yes.
Okay. And was he being interviewed by them, or do you remember?
Yes.
Then at 6:31 p.m., your mom asked, is he still with the news? Do you remember that?
Yes.
You say they're about to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
Does anybody else know in the house that you're talking to your mom via text while all this is going on?
I think so, yeah.
Did Albert know you were in communication with your mom?
I don't know.
And is that why he's asking you to tell your mom to come down to the police station, that kind of thing?
Yes.
This is a good time probably to stop for lunch if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Let's see if they have any business to conduct. The judge has been watching Letecia like a hawk all morning, just like boring a hole through her. And Letecia will be playing with her fingers up by her mouth, and she'll glance up to the judge, and then the judge is glaring at her, and she'll look away. So she knows she's being watched. But it's almost like the most important thing to her right now is her hands and what she can get away with.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Hunt, you can step down. Watch your step as you step down. We will be in recess until 1:30. Is there anything else we need to take up? Prosecution?
No,
okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay. Judge is headed out. We're going to be on break until 3:30 Eastern time, which is an hour and a half lunch. Harley did great. She's not done. She still is probably going to be questioned about what happened after this all the way up through Florida, right up basically until the time that her mom was arrested. They're probably going to follow that whole timeline all the way through. If the current pattern holds true, we will see that she was manipulated quite a bit, that she was controlled, that she was sort of discouraged or coached or even groomed to not ask questions and to just accept the answers that she was given. And so there's a good chance that even though she was present all the way through this, she did not question anything that happened because her mom had told her not to, and that's how she was raised. If she can't even open the door when the pizza delivery guy is outside for the food for dinner without permission, and she has to text back and forth and get explicit permission to open the door, then that's going to be interesting. I think you'll see that common theme throughout the rest of her testimony. KX Star says, time to rearrange that courtroom furniture, Recovery Addict. Yes, the courtroom furniture is going to be moved at lunch as well, so it'll look a little bit different. Hopefully it won't obscure any views for us, but we think their defense will have a little shorter table out front and a table in back as well, and Judge will just have a great look at Letecia throughout this. I joined late. Did Juror 12 get excused? Yes, Michelle, she did. The judge thought it over and said, it's best to let you go. Thank you for telling me. You did great. You don't have to serve for several years. You can't, basically, you're free to talk about anything except who the other jurors are. That you have to wait on. Okay, there is a car chase right now. I don't think we can go there today. We can't do the LA car chase right now. Let's see. Those that are new here, if you'd like to watch this, the rest of this questioning, which will be exciting, as well as the cross here, I would ask that you please hit the subscribe button and pop back in after lunch. We're going to be back about half an hour before the court comes back. So we'll start it right at 3 o'clock. We'll come back and we'll be able to answer some questions for everybody as we get going, and then we'll pick up. We won't miss a moment of court as it happens. So please do hit that subscribe button. You won't regret it. You'll get more of what you've seen so far this morning. This is a great group to watch true crime with. Thank you all to those who did subscribe. And also all the new members. Wonderful to have new members here. Make sure you take your seat. It's one of the perks of being a member, is a front row seat here in the Court of Public Opinion. Okay, we have a couple. Oh, wow. Mom of Six with a very generous super chat.
Mom of Six just sent a super sticker with 49.99.
Thank you so much, Mom of Six. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you. I appreciate the support. And love the super sticker as well. Looks like my kids out on the trampoline is what that looks like to me. Let's see. Valerie Ivy says, recovery addict Harley is showing the amount of orchestration Letecia did during all of the searches and questioning. Proof she was sane. Very, very true. Wait until the TV interview with Letecia talking to the reporter, and then Letecia says something to Harley before Harley speaks. William, we actually saw that with the reporter who testified previously. We played they played that interview in court, and yeah, that is crazy. That's crazy. The sound effects are back on. Thank you very much for your patience while we keep them off during during court and session. I believe Harley 100%, says Sarah Moore. I believe her as well. I do think that it's just been 3 years and she was young, and there's a lot of things she doesn't remember. She's not trying to assert any facts that are different than what the evidence has already shown. She's very accepting of all the evidence and what happened there. So if she makes a mistake, I believe it's just that, a mistake. Deanna, the audio bird, welcome, says, recovery addict, have we discussed the death of the late husband, Chase? Chance will be examined closer.
I am feeling kinda generous today. Love this channel and community. Nikki K just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
As a matter of fact, thank you very much. That is both kind and generous. Love to have you here. This is amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Deanna, I don't know. There's been no indication that there's any suspicion around the late husband's death. It does strike me as odd that the mom said one thing and the medical examiner said something else. But let's see. She is so beautiful. I think Letecia would start resenting her soon if she wasn't already. Okay. I joined late this morning, says Karen. What did the judge say to Letecia? He said, I can control everyone in this courtroom, including you. And I have options. I can remove you to another room and you'll sit in a holding cell, which is not fun. He knows nobody likes sitting in the holding cell. He said, I can make you sit there, or I can have handcuffs installed underneath the table and have your hands chained under the table so you can't even raise them up. And he basically said, knock it off. And he's sitting there, and the whole time he's just boring eyes his right into her, and she's been behaving but pushing the limits. Her hands are back up, her fingers are mostly together. She'll do 2 fingers on the side. She's pushing as far as she can, but so far she's been good. Someone is asking a question about the defense attorneys. They are not public defenders. They are court appointed, but both of them have their own practices. So they have their own private practice. They're not like from the public defender's office, but the state is paying the cost of those attorneys. How did the late husband die for real? We heard it was an overdose, and Harley just found out last week that that's how he died. Let's see. Robin says, I hate my iPhone. I'm sorry, Robin. I wish it worked better for you. It surprises you that Letecia lies? No, it doesn't. It's just constantly, in every way she possibly can, even in areas where she doesn't need to, she lies. Haley is out of Letecia's clutches. She is doing well on her own. She's doing great. JT Brews Crime, awesome to have you here, by the way. JT and Brandy Churchwell have an amazing channel where they're following the Lori Daybell Vallow, that trial up in Idaho. I don't know which way the order goes. Lori Vallow Daybell, I think that's the way. Anyway, they're following that crime. That trial, and they're doing a great job. So go over to Brandy Churchwell's channel. The two of them do a great job on that one, and it's good to have you, JT. Appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for gifting a membership. And it looks like, let me see who that one went to. That one went to, it went to Rock Chalk. And then immediately following that, Savas Gunn gifted another 5 that went to Linda Eason, Allison, KTS, and Novo Leo, and Mariana Filetto. Awesome. All of you guys, thank you so much. You guys are super generous. And what a way to welcome all the new subscribers to the channel by giving out memberships. You guys are great that way. Okay, we're, let's see. The defense wanted her tossed out early on, so they got an extra strike. They did, but this saves an appeal. Yeah, it's frustrating. It saves an appeal. And I think they're going to be okay. Cajun Girl just gifted a membership as well. Hop on the train. Thank you so much. And Gleaves H, looks like you were the recipient. Congratulations. Let's call her Lori Daybell. She doesn't deserve to have Charles' last name of Vallow. So we'll just call her Lori. How about that? It's a crazy case. It's absolutely bizarre. And Brandy's work is needed for the timeline in that one as well. It's bizarre. Cece says, do I need to unsubscribe and resub with my new name? Cece is too boring for this group. If you want, you might lose the membership time frame. So you would start over on your membership time frame. You'd be blue again, or you'd stay blue. You can change your name. Apparently, some people do. Okay. We'll be up tonight covering opening statements on the first day of trial, but yes, we'll most likely be back on the train tomorrow night. Awesome. Good. I'm mad I didn't know about this channel during the Alex Murdaugh trial. It was brutal in the chat and the other places. Tiger Lily, you're here now. It's good to have you here. It wouldn't be the same without you. Alex Murdaugh was a tough trial for no matter where you watched it, especially just because it felt like we were sitting there for one murder trial and 99 financial crimes trials. It was very long that way. It just dragged out. But we did have a little bit of fun over there. We'd have a couple sound effects in our chat that you can trigger related to that trial specifically.
Alex stole it as well.
Yep.
If you will bring the jury.
Bring the jury. There's Judge Newman. Got a couple sound effects there. Melissa Williams says, "Pick me." We see YouTube does the picking. I wish I could pick and choose because there's some people who I really want to send a gift to, but it doesn't let me do that specifically. YouTube just randomly chooses.
Alex stole it.
Will the defense ask Harley about Letecia being crazy? I think the prosecution will ask her about being crazy because if they know that she's going to say that, they would rather it come out on her terms instead of on their terms. So I think they'll control the damage that way, and I do believe that Harley will say her mom is crazy. Thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. I hear you there. Okay. Let's see what else we have. We do have the laughter turned off for this trial, Debbie. There are a couple laugh tracks that you guys can trigger. After this trial, we'll turn it back on. It just this trial is so heavy. It has so much just heavy stuff to listen to emotionally, to whether it's triggering for your own personal experiences or not. It just didn't seem appropriate to have the laughter turned on. Although we do try to lighten up a little bit and help each other out, just so we don't get weighed down too much. Pretty Mama, I am happy you found this channel as well. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. Melissa Bennett as well. Let's see. I really love how the prosecutor handles witnesses. My kid's personal Uber driver. First of all, I've said before, I love your name. That is awesome. This prosecutor is doing a great job, and the contrast is going to be very telling. If the defense questions Harley, they should be very gentle as well. They should. I'm not sure if they will, but if they aren't, they would definitely turn the jury against them. Because nobody likes, and Harley comes across as a kid. Yes, I know she's an adult. She's 20 years old, but she comes across as a child because of this scenario and what she's testifying of. She was a child then. She's quiet. She seems to have been controlled a lot by her mom, and defense can really burn their bridge if they jump all over her. Do you think Harley is scared to death of her mom, even though she's in jail at this moment? No, I don't think so, Kelly. I think Harley has posted, I forget where, there was another point where she posted and basically said, I've lost both my parents. I think her mom is dead to her. And so I don't think she has that control anymore, and that's a good thing because that really helps. Let's see, we've got a little bit before lunch break. We do want everyone to get a lunch break. I will say we're 96 subscribers away from 14,000. Which is just crazy because we just celebrated 13,000 last week. But it's growing fast. Thank you so much to all those who are clicking that subscribe button. Let's see. Please give a close-up of Letecia again. We will do that. We'll do the close-up of Letecia after, when we come back from break. Right now, the only thing the court's sending us is just these black screens. So there's nothing to see there right now. See, her maturity and emotional growth is stunted because her mom controlled her so much. Yes, but she's doing well now, Rachel Christie. She is really thriving. She's in school. She's doing well. She's halfway through nursing school, basically. She has a relationship that seems to be healthy that she's in. She's, I believe, living on her own or with her boyfriend, so that
I love seeing
I
this
think she's
channel
recovering
grow.
a lot.
You're doing an awesome job, RA and Mrs. RA.
Thank you so much, Rhodey. I'll definitely pass that on to Mrs. RA as well. She deserves all the credit, especially if she makes me cinnamon rolls.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, Daryl Brooks, we won't. Harley is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Wow, I could see LS being jealous of her own daughter. She's a beautiful young woman. She really is. She has, all sorts of potential ahead of her. Okay. Red Pen says, I subbed when it was under 1K. Those were fun days, Red Pen. They were a lot quieter than they have been today. I never realized that I'd ever get to the point where I had to slow down chat just so I could read what people are saying. But it's fun now. It's still just an amazing group. Let's see. Never mentioned LS, but his obituary does mention Harley only. Boyfriend lives in a different country. I think she just went to visit him, though. I think that was actually during the trial she's been out to visit him. Crystal Hewitt says, I worked 18 and a half hours and I'm glued to this channel. Thank you. 18 and a half hours is a long shift. Crystal, what industry are you in that works you that hard? Is that nursing? That seems terrible. That's a terrible shift. You need some time off just to rest and recuperate. Lisa, thank you very much. We love having you here. You are nocturnal because of where you are, but it's great to have you. Okay. I should go eat lunch and hydrate. I did. I've had 1 bottle of water. I need more. I do not. You're not lying, Diet Coke Mama. Mrs. RA makes the best cinnamon rolls. They absolutely do. Okay. Yeah, members are not affected by slow mode. I've heard both ways on that, so I'm not sure which one is true. But we have a lot of members here, which is a good thing. It's a lot of fun. To all newbies, I love to talk about food, especially Mrs. RA's cooking. Hey, who doesn't like food? I specifically like spicy maple bourbon pickles, which you can buy at Walmart for $3.84. And one day I hope they sponsor the channel so I can get some free pickles. But if you have not tried spicy maple bourbon pickles, they will change your life. If you like pickles, they are a little bit hot. They're a sweet sandwich pickle, but they're amazing. Let's see. Riverside Auto Sales and Repair Center says, recovered, glad to be, I'm self-employed or I'd be fired by now. This is on my computer all day. That's awesome. Riverside Auto Sales and Repair Center. Being self-employed has its perks that way. I'm glad you can join us. Let's see. We aren't affected. It says slow mode is on, but we can chat as much as normal. Veronica says, I have a personal question. At what level or subscription number will YouTube financially compensate you? Veronica, I'd be happy to share that. There are a couple standards that YouTube has before they will allow you to be monetized. The first one is that you have 1,000 subscribers. That's just people who click subscribe to your channel. And the second one is that you have 4,000 watch hours in a year period. I started doing this during the Daryl Brooks trial, and I was fortunate enough to find an amazing community that accepted me. The first week, we had a day where the 4th day I live streamed, we had 13,000 people in chat, and I hit all the metrics on that day. So they have started compensating me right now. It still is not replacing my income, which I don't have. I've been out of a job for a year, and it's not quite replacing what I had before. But it's growing, and it's definitely appreciated. But it can start as early as 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, and it's awesome. This is the best job in the world. It really is. I love being able to do this. Can't find those pickles here. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. We've got to figure out a way to get pickles overseas. Figured that out. Shipping is amazing. The brand of the pickles, it's actually the Walmart's brand. Sam's Choice is what it is. So it's not like the Sam's Club brand, but it's Walmart is Sam's Choice. And they're spicy maple bourbon pickles. I would not lead you astray. Honestly, they are so good. Everyone in chat, most of the people in chat can vouch for that. Casey Smith, yes, she's flirting with disaster with her hands, cannot stop herself. It's like up until this point, you realize up until this point, she's been very laid back. Then Friday, her hands came up, and it was like a new thing. And now she cannot stop doing things with her hands. One hand is almost always up on her face, and she's, just everything. The whole lips thing. I'm not sure if she's trying to do like zip your lips, shut up type thing to her daughter, but she's definitely playing with her lips a lot that she wasn't before. The judge is keeping an eye on that, but I imagine if he sees something that he deems as inappropriate, it will stop really quick. How many nurses in here? You can never have too many nurses. Raise your hand if you're a nurse. That'd be awesome. Do you know where we can go to let Harley know that there are people behind her? I'm sure she's got nasty stuff, and I just want her to know not everyone feels that way. Eileen, unfortunately, I think she has gotten a lot of nasty stuff. She is not hiding her identity. She has some social media accounts on Instagram and I believe TikTok as well. But I'm going to give her as much space as I can because I know that she needs a lot of support. But just a random person online, I'm not sure if I could be the best person for that support. I think just letting her have some time to herself is best. At least that's my decision. If you want to do it, that's fine. Ash, I do not have a Patreon. I have not done that. We do have membership on the channel, as you can see, because you're green. and that's a great way to support me, and I certainly appreciate that. Let's see. Let's see, what brand are the pickles? There's just Sam's Choice brand pickles. She's being manipulated right now. I believe that her mother told her before today in preparation of say I don't know to all the questions that will incriminate me. Let's see. Yes, my wife does have her own YouTube channel, Homeschool Ground Zero. She's amazing over there. She's wonderful. Lindsay Hendricks says, to Casey Smith and me, I think she's become more animated because she's realizing how out of control it's become, though it was never in her control. She's been head shaking with Harley's testimony. I didn't pay attention to see her shaking her head. I'll watch for that. Did you hear correctly that Harley said Letecia got the dogs out first, then the little girl, and then Gannon? Yes. The one that was on fire, she waited to get last. Bite me? That's correct. Paula Henry, hand raised. That means you must be a nurse. Good to have you here. Wonderful to have nurses here. Elizabeth says, apparently my husband has now subbed to your channel. That's awesome, Elizabeth. Lindsay says, Patreon is a great idea. I know with this group, we would love to support you all the same. I'm not even part of a Patreon, but I get into it for you. Lindsay, I love what I do right here. I love what I do, and I don't want to do anything that would force me to separate and divide up what I do. That's why there's no special members only, live streams that only you have to be a member to be a part of. I want everyone who's interested in true crime, like I am, to be able to participate, even if they aren't in a spot where they can financially support me. That's great. Just being here is enough. You don't have to be a member to ask a question. You don't have to give a super chat to ask a question. I do ask that you subscribe, and that's actually a requirement from YouTube, just because that's our way of eliminating the bots that tend to spam chat and try to ruin things. Lots of nurses popping up here. 25 years, dedicated, nursing professor. When will you send out the cinnamon rolls? I want some. Baseball Mom says, Baseball Mom, good call on Harley testifying today. I appreciate that. You definitely have the scoop on that. Thank you so much. Tisha and Harley don't speak. Tisha cut off communication with Harley after she found out she was testifying against her. Yes, Arya is not going to charge people or class divide us. It's not who he is. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate that. It was so much fun starting to live stream before I had any subscribers. And I told you guys at the very beginning, I said, if I do subscribers, and I told you guys I would have to do it because I want to do this as a job. I want to make it the same as when you first came, that it's just as fun and just as open. And that's my goal throughout this all. Remember, T wanted to be a Kardashian. Harley got an email from Good American owned by Chloe, sometimes about modeling for them. That would be awesome if she had opportunity to do that. That's really cool for her. Savas Gun, thank you so much. Thank you for your generous donations of the memberships. Many people are members now because of you. So I sure appreciate that. All right, we're going to go ahead and have lunch. We've got 45 minutes before we'll be back from lunch. So that's Let's see, 45 minutes. Yeah, that's enough time to go grab some food. We'll be ready. We'll start right at 3 o'clock. Court's going to start at 3:30. I would love it if all of you can pop back in here again. It's been wonderful to be with you this morning. Debbie, I don't see any buffering on my end, but good news for those that have been following along. I get fiber to my house, hopefully the end of this week, maybe next week. They're still installing it in the neighborhood. I'm waiting patiently for that. Once that comes, they promise it a zero ping network, which means no buffering. So we'll be able to live stream and dual stream over on the Facebook channel as well at that time as well. Have I seen True Detective? Awesome series, 3 seasons. Crusoe, I'll have to take a look at that. Nurses love true crime. They get the police humor, the dark humor as well, because of some of the things they've seen. Okay, all right. Let's do this. We're eating up our lunchtime. See what I did there? Whoops, that's the wrong button. I hit the record button and it's not what I wanted. There we go. That's the one I wanted. All right. Thank you all for those who have been here. Thanks to all all the moderators who helped control chat just a little bit and make sure it was still a friendly place and a fun place for everyone to watch. I appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be at 3 o'clock, 45 minutes. First person in chat wins the internet, as is tradition. We re-gift that every time we go live. If you would like to be the first person in chat, all you have to do is click the subscribe button and ring the bell. And when you get the notification, just be the first person to pop up in chat and say just about anything. And if you're first, you will be the winner, and you will be recognized for your crime or your success. Excuse me. So, thanks, guys. Have a great lunch. We'll see you in just a little bit.